Thursday, June 28th, and we are starting with business regular meeting, and then we'll be going into a special session. And so we'll start with public input. Do we have any public input? We do not. I don't think so. Okay. So are we not?
Can I just make one quick announcement?
Approving the agenda.
Tracy, can I make just one quick announcement?
Yes, sure, please.
Just a reminder, this is Jennifer's last board meeting of her career here today. She's attended more board meetings than any of us, at least at this table. So,
yeah. Thank you for
last one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy to have you here. You know you can come back and visit anytime.
Or I can watch on TV.
Or you can watch on TV.
Or public input.
There you go. Okay, so we're establishing the agenda? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I have a motion to establish the agenda?
I move we establish the agenda as published.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we have our agenda, and we will start with number 2, partial governance process monitoring, item A. And Donna, is this your?
Yes, is someone able to get it up on,
Yes,
I know
we are,
everyone has it
yeah.
in front of them as well. So annually, this policy 5415 is updated. And so in front of the board are the 2 options. And so we will need to have action for one of the options, one to adopt 5415 P1, which is for the management team, or the resolution. So one of the items will need to be adopted. If you note on the agenda, the current 5415, which is good through the end of this month, which is just a couple more days, is there, as well as a draft that would be good through the 18-19 school year, because our management team is on a July 1 schedule. And what we've done on the draft document is put in red the changes that are proposed on the draft document. The schedule is not as lengthy. We've taken off positions that we're not using currently. We've moved Director of Transportation into be in alignment with the other director positions. We removed the Executive Director of Learning Services and replaced it with the Director of Learning Services. And the Senior Director title is changed to Executive Director. And then on the next page, this one, on the draft document as well.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. The retention incentive is described here. It is a change from what currently occurs. As you will see if you look at the current document, the current document just has a 1% added to the ongoing base salary beginning of the 10th year. This proposes beginning of the 6th year, 2% of the ongoing base, so that's column that's second, starting at the beginning of the 10th year, 3% beginning the 15th, and then 5%. Each of these are the ongoing base salary beginning in the 20th. The other addition in red you can see is under vacation. This is actually also described in 5415 BP, but we added some language here to explain this. And when we bring forward the other documents for the non-represented employees that expire at the end of August, we will bring forward 5415 as an adjustment as well. So this one allows for management team employees to cash out up to 10 vacation days each year. The rest of the regulations for vacation are described in 5415, and it is referenced here in this as well. Any questions? Oh, one more, I apologize. The technology stipend in light of the amount of new softwares and components that our management team is embracing and learning alongside those that they're supervising. This is moved from $1,500 to a $2,500 technology stipend. Any questions on any of the red pieces? For me.
Yeah, I think on the salary schedule on the first page, I know it's driven by comparables, is that correct?
That is
And
correct.
we compare regionally with an eye towards retention as well as appreciation of the work our administration does and the clientele they serve and the high demands expected of them. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a comparison with 10 districts total that are, again, some are larger, some are similar in size. I believe Bainbridge Island is inclusive in that, but most of them are within this region. In fact, I think Bainbridge is probably the furthest out of the comparatives.
Oh, okay, well. Okay. So I will move that we approve 5415 P1 as drafted.
Give a second.
I second.
Any further discussion?
I had one
Yes.
thing that I forgot, I apologize. On the schedule that we were just discussing, it's important to note that this is per the new law as a 3.1 based on the CPI factor that is discussed in the Senate Bill fix. And so these numbers that you see up here are reflective of a 3.1%.
All right, and without any further discussion?
So actually, I think the other one is, I appreciate that we're following the law and doing the 3.1% increase. I also appreciate the fact that we have a retention bonus for our administrators. I know the best principals and best administrators are driven by stability and longevity, and it has the greatest influence into the makeup of our schools and the education we deliver to our kids. So longevity in our district is highly valued by our board, and we have a similar schedule for teachers as well. So I think doing this for administrators at a similar schedule, it makes a lot of sense. So lots of parallels here in the system, and I think that's good.
Thank you for this comment. Okay, any others? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The motion passes, and we can move on to the next item. So item B, Board Policy 1800-06, Budget and Financial Planning Impact Fees.
I'm going to turn this over to Ty. This is discussion only. There is no action at this time. Just a reminder, this is a way for everyone to learn about impact fees, which are a very complex and complicated formula. At our August meetings, our 2 regular meetings in August, we will have to bring them forward as a first reading, and then they are part of the budget hearing at the second reading. Any explanation of the impact fees or questions, I'm going to turn over to Ty.
Okay, so today I am bringing the board the initial estimates for impact fees for 2019. This is part of our annual update for our 6-year capital facility plan. I wanted to bring the impact fee estimates to you early because the full plan will be brought to you in August, but I wanted to get the impact fee numbers to you earlier so that we can have discussions and be as transparent as possible about the impact fees and as how they are calculated. Impact fees are a budget tool that local districts and communities use to obtain resources to adjust for the fact that they are growing in some capacity. For districts, that means that we are able to assess fees for net new construction projects, meaning that it has to be, essentially you're adding capacity beyond what is existing. So if you're tearing down a house, you have to build 2 houses, and the second house is the one that qualifies for impact fee. Or if you're developing new land that has not been previously constructed, impact fees. The district has been collecting impact fees for a couple of years now. We've been working with the city of Mercer Island. Districts are not allowed by themselves to collect impact fees. They have to work through a municipality. So the city is our pass-through agent, and they are collected the fees are collected at the permitting offices and then remitted to us quarterly. Districts have 10 years. Districts and municipalities have 10 years to use impact fees, or else we need to return them. So we have been using them effectively to help with the additional construction that we've made. Currently, we are looking at some additional facility expansions to add some additional capacity. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I wanted to give a brief, this first page is essentially a brief high-level description of how fees are calculated. Fees are regulated by the RCWs as a proportional share of cost. So the process starts by taking a look at, if we move to the next page, taking a look at the number of impact fees, or number of permits that are awarded every year for new construction, net new construction. We obtain the number of permits and the addresses. I blanked out the addresses from the city's permitting office, just to maintain the privacy of the students, because we do match these addresses to the student addresses in our system. So we look at the number of permits that are issued, and we tie that to actual warm bodies that fill our seats. And then we do the same thing on the next page down. Who's driving? Okay, on the next page down, we do the same thing for multifamily residences and i.e. apartment buildings. We look at the number of students that live in these apartment buildings. Taking the number of permits and the number of students, we divide the number of students by the number of permits, and we get a student factor. And that factor becomes the proportional share multiplier on the next page. Thank you, Jennifer. So how we obtain the impact fee calculation is this really lovely formula. So we take the actual construction cost of the additional capacity generated, not necessarily the full cost of the building, but the additional capacity that we're adding. So the 3 projects that we have built in the last 5 years, Northwood, we've been able to take the full cost of Northwood, the cost of the additional seating capacity at the middle school, not the capacity that's been replaced, but the additional capacity, and then the additional capacity added to the high school. So those costs, divided by the number of seat space within those facilities, equals a per student cost. This is fun, isn't it? Any questions so far?
This might not be exactly about this, but for the impact fees, is it based on the number of permits or the number of students that are being reported to be living in those?
So it is a self-reporting system. The students report to the district what their address is. We use our transportation system, which connects directly to our student records. And so we pull the addresses, so we compare the list of addresses to those student records.
So if it's the new new homes are new homes, and whether it's multifamily or single family, and whether or not, so if the developer owns it, and there's no impact fee, but then,
No, they'll still pay the impact fee, but the impact fee is for every construction project. How we calculate the impact fee relates to how many permits have been issued versus how many permits issued with students in them. So it's, once that factor has been generated, that impact fee gets applied to every time somebody permits a construction project. So every house that's built, if it gets torn down and a new house gets placed on it, they'll still pay that impact fee. But if they tear it down and put a second house on that same lot, that second house becomes part of the calculation as to how it's developed.
I guess my question is, especially for the multifamily, if and condos are a little bit different, but with the apartments, they change tenants. So say the first tenant is not a family with kids in school, but then the next tenant is a year later.
So we do this every year.
Okay.
Every year, every spring, we submit a public record request to the city permit office and get the number of permits for that year. We have a rolling 3-year average for single family and a 10-year average for multifamily.
Okay.
So every year, we're constantly refreshing the number of permits and.
So any new students that come
Yep.
into that new building within 10 years is going to be assessed at
Yep. Well, they'll become part of the calculation for the impact fee.
Got it.
The
Okay.
New
impact
impact
fees,
fees. Right.
the new impact fees.
Right.
Yeah.
But, so you're looking back 3 years worth of permits
Mhm.
and 10 years worth of multifamily permits,
Yes.
and then assessing, have students resided in them in any of those 3 years or 10 years, and doing the calculation on that
Yeah.
average.
And it's, yeah,
So if the house was owned by a developer for a year, and then the next year a student came in, that would still show up as part of our calculation for assessing
yeah.
impact fees.
And, so it's a 3-year floating average for a single-family home, brand new. And these are for new subplatted houses. This is, somebody who has an existing house, who does an extensive remodel, does not get charged this. And this is also applying to multifamily, but it's a 10-year rolling average. I think something that was surprising to a number of us when we presented this to us before is if somebody has a child that's in preschool, that doesn't count. Even though 2 or 3 years down the road, it's gonna have a direct impact on us. And before we go into this, I mean, I just wanna take a step back and talk about impact fees. I mean, impact fees have been legal in the state of Washington since 1990, and they have been accepted both on the right and the left as a way for growth, to pay for growth. So this is pretty common practice, even though the city of Mercer Island, based on a number of our input, including myself, just started adopting it 3 years ago or 4 years ago. So that preschool thing is kind of a weird one, and I'm wondering, since we're going back and we've got this rolling average, are we going back 3 years and finding out those houses and revisiting those houses that are still on that roll? Because by then, they may be in our schools.
Yeah.
But if we only visit year 1,
Yeah.
then we might be missing out on the opportunity to truly count them. So how are we counting them right now?
Right now, it is a 1-year snapshot. I will ask the outside legal counsel that we use to review our impact fee and our capital facility plan, if we can go back. I'm not entirely sure we can go back and recapture those, but it's a question that's worth asking.
Well,
It really is.
Because it's a rolling average, and it seems reasonable either way. So I think it's a good question to ask, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some wiggle room there.
But the collection of permits we look at should be 3 years back, right?
Yeah.
Permits issued on year 1, year 2, and year 3. And then we check our records to see if there's a student in any of those permits. So for multifamily, if a student pops up in year 2, it should show up in our calculation. If a student pops up in year 3, it should show up in our calculation.
Not if when this calculation is being done on an incremental year basis, they're just looking at the new permits and they're taking the old resident stuff for the past 2 years.
So it's actually split, and that's a question I also need to clarify, because the multifamily it is a yearly capture, how many kids are in the condos or apartments, whereas I'm not sure that we've been going back and revisiting the old single family.
But if we go back and revisit, we're also at risk of finding that some kids have left, and we have to count the negatives as well as the positives. So
Yeah.
I think that's sort of the point of doing a snapshot and a rolling average is we just have to get a number that's gonna be an approximation that we can't specifically count necessarily every year.
I think though, the rolling average, if you were starting impact fees right now and trying to create a calculation, you'd go back and look at those 3 years. And you'd look at who are the students in them right now. And that first year is an oddball year because you get that occupancy permit, but it's now for sale. And in a typical environment, that house is for sale for 6 months. In this environment, maybe 5 days. But yeah, I'm thankful that it's at least 3 years, not just 1 year. And let's face it, people are moving to Mercer Island, building houses, typically because they've got, I err more on preschool than because they've just become an empty nester. So I think if we do this would be a more accurate representation of the true impacts we are feeling. So I'm fine
I think
rolling
it's
the
great
dice on
asking
that.
the questions and seeing if it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
I have another question. What about the situations, which is actually I think the most common on Mercer Island right now, where you're tearing down 3-bedroom homes, developers primarily are tearing down 3-bedroom homes and putting in 5, 6-bedroom homes that can accommodate much larger families and typically younger kids. Are those developers not getting impact fees? Or those homes? I mean, because that
As
seems
as I understand it, they're getting assessed the same impact fee regardless of the number of bedrooms, and
Yeah.
it's all based on the actual of ratio that Ty's talking
And
about.
an
So
existing home being replaced by another home does not trigger the impact fee.
And I guess my question
Unless
is.
you tear down the one home and build 2 homes.
Right,
And then
no, I understand that, and my question is why? Because when we're tearing down these little houses and building really big houses, it attracts bigger families with more kids.
I think when the law was originally designed, there wasn't as much of this large scale replacements. It was more for actual build out in terms of taking new land and undeveloped land and building new communities. So in other cities, you will see significantly higher impact fees because they have more land to build out into. Whereas in Mercer Island, there's really no place to go but up. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in that fact because we are growing, but we're growing up instead of out.
But if the window for single-family homes was more than 3 years at rolling average, if it was a 5 or 6 year rolling average, or even 10 years, as 2, 3, or 4 students pop up from that same household, it would apply to our calculation,
Yeah.
right?
But that's only for new plots.
For new.
That's not for,
Yeah.
so my question is, are we missing the majority of the growth in single-family homes on the island by not, I mean, is it even legal? And I think we're missing the huge portion of impact fees for single-family homes, because in looking at these numbers, it's very small. I mean, like a few to, 7? And we know that that's not the case. We know there's houses getting torn down with much bigger houses on every block on the island.
Yeah.
That's a tremendous impact to our schools.
And that's unfortunately the catch with impact fees is that they're designed and intended to look at net new growth, not necessarily replacement growth. And so even though we are building bigger houses, it doesn't necessarily count for calculation into impact fees because it's not net new.
So we could talk to our legislatures
Yeah.
about this and see if this is an RCW that could be changed.
Yeah, or you could perhaps ask Denise if any community has gone towards counting bedrooms as opposed to, you know, somebody may be pushing the envelope on this law. I think though, if you carry it to the nth degree, then we start saying, is this public school, or are we charging essentially tuition to people? Because, and then the same thing is, when somebody replaces that house and tears it down, and replaces something bigger, their property tax values are going up as well.
I understand what you're saying, and I think there's, I think there's a very distinguishing line between someone doing it for their own personal use and then developers buying low cost and building, which is, like I said, I think it's the majority. People are always gonna remodel and add space, there's no question of that. I'm not looking to ask about that, because I don't think, people aren't having more kids because they're remodeling their home, it's what they're planning on doing anyways. When developers do it, it's bringing in larger families. And they're making tremendous profit off of it at the expense of our schools, frankly. And so, frankly, the schools should be compensated for that additional growth. I think when you're, and I think that Mercer Island is a unique community. You know, Bellevue and Kirkland, they have the commercial growth. They have more space to go out as well. We don't have those same parameters. I don't think we can compare. Even frankly, Cambridge Island, they have so much, I'm doing it. I know there's lots of laws on building there, but it's still very different from here. Our growth is from existing plots. And I think that should be looked at. I think it should be looked at. I think that's a huge impact for our schools.
And the other thing I think is we're, on the multifamily residents, there seems to be increase of those being developed even versus single family homes. We should make sure we're doing that calculation correctly. I feel good that that calculation is a 10-year calculation, so as new buildings come up, anytime in that 10 years a new student pops in, it suddenly comes towards our calculation. But, you know, we are behind the curve in terms of our impact fee collection, but new buildings are being created now, and we're probably assessing them too little, and maybe there should be some thought around the size of the building, the size of the unit that comes into our calculation. I don't know about that. I think that's an easier one to get ahead of, that is still within the law.
I'm just not sure that, although it may seem like they have capacity for many children, I don't know that that's actually the case, that we have very many people with more than 3 children. And it may be that the average family has declined over the decades, that when this 3-bedroom house was built, there might have been 5 kids in there, and now this giant house is being built and there might only be 2 kids in there. I would caution us to use that too much unless you were able to look at the numbers from our enrollment, to be too concerned about that large number of large families. Yes, Brian?
I'm hearing the discussion. I'm reminded of Dr. Kendrick when he did our growth projections, and the question came up from the board at the time about these new units moving in the town center, as well as these homes being and plots being divided. And Dr. Kendrick, I remember, was very cautious to point out that it's an unknowable as to who's going to move in and occupy that, and so we have to be careful about making those assumptions, especially in projections. So I think they're great questions to ask legal counsel to get information. Where in the RCW do we have space and room, and what are we allowed? Are we allowed to go back? I think these are awesome questions to have answered over the summer. So when we return to this in August, we have kind of a clear picture. I think they're great questions, but I'm also, just because more rooms are being added into an established residence doesn't mean necessarily children are moving in. They could be mother-in-law units or any number of things happening.
To be clear though, I think we're pretty consistent about not using those for projection numbers, so enrollment projection. We definitely don't want to pollute our enrollment projection, because that really feeds into our revenues and a lot of other calculations, how much buildings we build, capacity, classrooms. So we don't pollute our enrollment projections, but you do want to make sure that you are appropriately assessing potential impact. No one will pay the fees if the building doesn't materialize, but if building does happen, suddenly you're behind the curve and you've never collected fees. And I think that's the problem we want to try to avoid. So I think two very different things. I think the board is keeping them very separate. We do have to be thoughtful about how we assess fees looking forward, though. Before it's a problem and then we're reactive and can't fix things for new construction.
I agree that we have to be really proactive in making sure that we fully utilize every revenue stream that we possibly can appropriately.
Thank you. Ralph, did you want to?
I've got some more comments and questions, but I didn't know, Ty, are you done with your presentation?
I was just gonna quickly go through the rest of the calculation to make sure that we have an understanding of what we're doing. So the student factor, bodies divided by permits is multiplied by the seat cost of the building. That's all added together into an average family residence assessed value, or average cost. We then have to discount the impact fee. We have to pull out the amount of money that is being used to pay for the bonds used to finance the construction. So we take the average assessed value by the levy rates, we come up with the average home payments, and take a present value stream of how much that house is going to pay within 10 years. That gets discounted off the impact fee. We also have to reduce the amount of state match that is applied to the buildings. We had some state match for the middle school, not a lot. So it's about $39 discounted. There's also a local share discount that is at the discretion of the board, how much they want to discount that impact fee. In previous years, because we had more kids assigned to more permits, there was actually significantly more permits with significantly more kids in the last 2 years. So that calculation was much more significant. Now it is, right now it's sitting at $869. Previously, our impact fee was $6,978.
And the year before it was like 14,000.
Yeah. So as I'm bringing it to you for discussion before we put the final draft of the 6-year capital plan together, I brought a couple of options in terms of local share discounts. If we want to reduce the percentage of the local share discount, eliminate the local share discount altogether.
Can I interrupt there?
Go for it.
Okay. But because I want to frame that discount in a different way it's framed right now. So I don't mean to interrupt, but so again, a little bit of history. 3 to 4 years ago, when the 200-unit apartment was being built downtown Richland Island, we didn't have impact fees. There was a vehicle called SEPA that allowed kind of a similar thing to be used where we could collect impact fees. It was much more project specific, and that building ended up paying about $100,000. It was still a bargain, but that's all we could do at that time. And also under SEPA, we were not allowed to collect for subplats. And so that's why the board went to the city and asked for impact fees. And similarly, the city now is doing transportation impacts and perhaps parks impacts, I think. And so under that scenario, and the other reason why we can only collect $100,000 was we can only charge the public the amount that we are paying to address growth at the time. And we were addressing growth by portables. And that's a very different calculation than when you build $40 million IMS expansion and a $10 million expansion of high school and a $50 or $40 million elementary school. So that's another reason why we addressed this, because we wanted to make sure we were being efficient with taxpayers' dollars. And so now that 200 unit building, if it had been applied to this new model, we would have collected about $1 million, I think, or something like that. Fortunately, we've collected a tremendous amount of money over the past 2 years. Or I should say tremendous, a significant amount of money. One thing that when Dean Mack presented to the board along with Denise Stiffarm, they presented all these calculations, and then they said they came to this discount factor, this local share. And school districts, the way it was presented to us was school districts can choose to discount that if they want. And there are some places that want to promote growth, so they discount 100%. So they don't charge the impacts because they see growth as a way to build the community they want. At the time, we were told like 30% was the smallest discount that people around were charging. Okay, or trying to figure smallest and largest, whatever, was the smallest previous districts had done. And we wanted to be, you know, our community just passed this $100 million bond. We didn't feel like giving a big discount to developers. So that's why we chose to go at 25%, which was not very much of a discount according to them. And I think that discount was also there so that if developers feel like they were paying way too much, I think there's a mechanism where they can challenge these numbers. So if you don't discount it at all, you're then kind of hoping that the developer doesn't challenge it, and you better make sure that all these calculations are done correctly. So I think that was a way for them to backpedal a little bit. So I think the way it's written up about the this discount is not necessarily reflective of what happened. It allows, I mean, I had brought this up previously, recently, saying, hey, let's look at this discount factor so that if we're having such just large changes, maybe we could use that, adjust that discount factor to, maybe we can bring it even smaller, maybe zero. And then instead of going from $6,000 to $800, it goes from $6,000 to $1,000, because I think one thing people like is predictability, and we're having big changes right now. And maybe we could use this discount factor as a way to smooth it a little bit. But I did want to make sure that the board kind of got credit that we were taking the largest credit, that we were actually being advised. We were taking the smallest discount credit that we were being advised that we could at the time. One thing, I don't want to go through the numbers now, but I do want to maybe go with it. It's weird to me that we're having such large changes and the students permits are gone from 47, 48 to 32. Kids have gone from 6 students to 14 students to 7 students. There's not that big a change, but so I just want to follow the math a little bit and I appreciate this, but I just want to kind of put in boundary limits and understand where this math goes, because I'm not really following it completely, and I don't think it would be helpful to do it real time. So I'd appreciate being able to talk to Donna and Ty offline between now and August for me to be able to track this, because I think such large changes going from, I don't know if it was 14,000, maybe 12,000, I forget, to 6,000, and then now to $1,000. We really need to make sure that at least I understand these numbers, because those are big changes. Someone else in the community reached out to me, and they wanted to make sure that the basis wasn't changing in this calculation. And to me, the basis is, are we still looking back at a community investment of about $100 million in facilities? And it looks to me, as you explained it, the basis is still the same. And we're not now going back to the portable model of, even though which is nice, because we as a community are paying 14 years in the future or something like that for these increase in buildings. I hope people follow that, I'm sorry.
I got a little lost on the portable model.
Okay.
I'd like to hear the rest of Ty's presentation too, to
Yeah.
fully understand what you're proposing.
I,
Or
my proposal was,
The options.
it was, the options proposed was simply that, there's a variety, I've put together just a quick de-escalating scale of discount models at the very last page. And it just kind of shows what would happen if we scaled back the discount in terms of trying to smooth over this year-over-year reduction. And try to make it a little bit more predictable. However, it's not what it was. We've had there are fewer students attached to the permits. So the option is, essentially what I'm asking for is guidance. What's the board's primary interest? Is it maintaining the consistency in the formula of keeping the 25% discount, or are we looking to smooth? What's the interest of the board in terms of moving forward?
And by smoothing, you mean we could look at a much lower discount because the fee has gone down so much because of other factors, right?
We could also revisit our calculations in terms of how far back do we look for calculating these averages.
I think that's more state law. I think there's law.
But you know, the fact that we do 3 and 10-year averages, that would seem like it should smooth things out a little bit more than it is.
I agree, and I think the opportunity is to go back and see if we can go back to that house that we counted 3 years ago that sold 6 months into it, or maybe didn't have a buyer, and now 3 years later it has a buyer and 2 students in it. I hope that's a way to get the number of students.
So I think that's one calculation. Another calculation is looking at, I think there was some sort of, we paid $100 million for these buildings a few years ago. You've got some discounted or depreciation and other cost of money that decreases that $100 million basis to something lower this year, and next year that number will go lower too. So there's that calculation as well that might be part of floor, part of how we're deciding to do that should be looked at. And then finally there's this discount rate. So I think there's probably 4 or 5 different components that are going into this final impact fee calculation that could be looked at offline as was being suggested. And then come back with, you know, maybe a small committee that looks at this and works with Ty, that we're making sure we're getting a fair value for this new construction back to our schools.
And I think from what I'm understanding, the discount was to ease that burden of the really large payments. And honestly, it does not look like that much based on an average size home. It seems to me that we should seriously consider dropping it because the numbers are relatively small in the scheme of the new home compared to the impact that a child is going to have on our resources. So I'd be in favor of looking at a much lower discount rate if other people are willing to do that.
I would be in favor of just bouncing off to these, because at the time it seemed like 30% was the smallest. So let her know we're interested in going even to a lesser discount. I think this comes up and came up because when you look at a brand new house being sold by a developer or a brand new apartment complex, usually it's the first item on the marketing is one of the best districts in the state. And if you're selling a $3 million house or $1 million condo or a very expensive rental unit, and it's making impacts, increasing students, I think it's totally fair for us to use the impact fee approach to collect what is maximally due to us. And I think the taxpayers and the other residents expect that.
And it's a one-time fee that 30 years from now, if that one gets remodeled or torn down, it's not gonna be assessed again, so.
And the other thing in this, we built a new school. Right now, we're at 4,400 students. There's a possibility we're going to continue to climb. And this model doesn't even take into account land value.
I mean, I think we need to look at the historical trends, and all I'm looking at is my life experience. I mean, when some of us were elementary school students, I don't know, there were 5 elementary schools, and the school sold the community center, which was probably a mistake, but it's hard to look, it's hard to predict the future, to the city. For the school district would be in much better shape if we still had that property. And then Mercer Crest, which is now still owned by the school, and a lot of which Northwood and Peak are. And then we've hit this bubble. So we went down, which is why they sold off and closed some of the elementary schools, but now we're here again, which is why we had to build another school. So I think, I agree. I think we need to really make sure that we're looking at historical trends, because I think our trend is one of growth, and not look to the fact that we're gonna hit maximum capacity because there's no more land. And yet there still is growth. So the schools deserve, and our current community deserves the impact fees from that growth. There's people that are profiting from that growth, and they need to pay their share.
Okay, so
Can
we
I
do
add
have
one more?
one more item on, and so we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I wanted to give opportunity to anybody else who hadn't spoken very much to add in, because this is a discussion item, we don't need to make a decision right now, and I think thanks for elaborating that, but,
I would like to add one more statement.
okay. Was anybody over here interested in adding a statement? We're good? Okay.
Just want to add and recognize letting go of properties mistake, but I also want to recognize, and I think you would too, that those boards, those councils were making the best decisions at the time, and they were volunteers just like us. And I don't want to be with the benefit of 20 years of the knowledge
Or 40.
blaming people, because I'm sure they were making the best decisions at the time, and some of those decisions were made right when McCleary and some of those huge shortfalls in the yearly operating budgets were going, where they had tons of extra empty schools, and they were facing like 30% budget cuts. So.
And my point is to learn from our past and do our best to avoid making, and I understand I'm not pointing fingers or telling anyone they did anything wrong.
Okay. Great. Thank you for all your comments. Ty, you've got good information to move forward? All right, moving on to the next item, board policy 1005, board officers legislative proposals. And Ryan, would you like to?
We, just FYI, we're having a little technology
I'm in.
trouble. You're in. Great.
Okay.
So I will freeze.
This is a follow-up to what I brought to you at our last regular meeting. And so in there is the document that I shared with you originally. There's just been a minor adjustment to that document. So I brought some handouts, and I also sent a PDF copy of this document and a potential second document that I would think we'll need. So this refers to the comprehensive school safety proposals that are being sent towards the WASDA Legislative Assembly coming up in the fall. There were several proposals that were brought forward from different districts. around comprehensive school safety. And so the legislative committee asked several groups to come back together and kind of negotiate where they could combine those proposals. And because we agreed to support Issaquah with their original proposal, they asked me to step back into the table and just join the discussion. So this is really to find out if we continue to support these two proposals. And then I can get back to the squad and say, yeah, we're still on board with that, and then we'll continue on through this whole thing. So it's really, we're just deciding whether or not we want Mercer Island's name still attached to these. The only change in proposal number 1, in the final version, and these are now the final versions that are moving forward through the legislative committee. They've already decided on that, the deadline has passed. So in the proposal number 1, that first asterisk of any additional beyond current laws is language that would have stayed in that proposal, so that's no longer up for debate. That final asterisk down at the bottom, such as safe storage of firearms and limiting access to large capacity weapons and magazines. So there was a disagreement between Bellevue and Issaquah as to whether that language should be in there, and so they may be proposing 2 separate versions of this statement, one with that final asterisk in, one without that final asterisk. And I know that we in our original resolution had discussed similar language and had been advised to not use that language in our resolution. So really the question as far as proposal number 1 is concerned is what does the board feel best represents, which version of that, with or without that asterisk line? Does that make sense?
I'm really concerned about the limiting access, because limiting it in what way? I think legally that would be a big concern.
And just to give people some idea, this is from legislative proposals that would get proposed at the Legislative Assembly. And when they're proposed, before they're adopted, there will be some potential debate on the floor, and there would be some objection to language, and it would get revised. And so, and then it would just become a proposal, it doesn't become legislation. So this is like steps along the way. So there's an argument to be made for taking out potentially controversial language so that it doesn't need to be debated on the floor, or putting it in and seeing what gets debated on the floor to get it so it will be modified further potentially.
And there will be caucusing that happens and all of that.
Right.
So the question is, which version of this do we want our name attached to, or neither? Would you like version A, which will say doesn't include the asterisk, and version B, which doesn't include the asterisk? And version A would be Issaquah's original suggestion. Version B would be the additional language from them.
How do proposals 1 and 2 relate? Are they 2 independent proposals? Are they mutually exclusive?
Proposal number 2 was specifically separated out because it dealt with a different set of issues. And part of that was this asterisk line in proposal number 1. Proposal number 2, Bellevue, Issaquah, all the groups combined agreed on that language and agreed to bring it out, feeling that it had the best chance to pass legislative assembly as written. And so they didn't want to risk losing that part of the proposal because of this debate that we're having. So everyone was in agreement in proposal number 2, which is consistent with our resolution, and we had agreed to that version in Issaquah's original. Yeah. So I'm not sure what the procedure on this, if we would, I think separating them out is maybe proposal number 1 and proposal number 2, and whether or not we're not adopting it, we're supporting it, adding our name to it, or signatory.
Yeah, supporting it.
So I don't know if officially we want to have like a motion, a second, and then enter into discussion there, or if that's necessary.
I think that's a great idea. Do you want to make a motion?
Can I ask a question? In the language, it's got, in the black, it says such as safe storage of firearms, and then an asterisk,
Yes.
such as safe storage of firearms.
Yeah, and I adjusted that in what I sent out last night in PDF and is represented on this new document that I handed out to you, is I made that correction. It was just a
Okay. So it's
repeat.
just the limiting access to large capacity weapons and
Right.
magazines is the only difference?
Right. So such as safe storage of firearms remains as a part of it. And limiting access to large capacity weapons and magazines is the only line.
So how does, I guess first we want to do a motion to see how we do this, so I'll let that go forward. I'll make a motion that, I'll start with proposal number 2, since that looks like it has no contentious points. I move that the Mercer Island School Board supports proposal number 2 as defined in our documents.
Have a second?
I'm avoiding second, because
Oh, I
I'm
see.
presenting, so.
Okay. I'll second.
Okay.
All right, any discussion?
So on proposal number 2, as far as I can see, it was very much in alignment with our resolution. It was part of the original document that we became signatories on.
Yeah, I think proposal number 2 seems very reasonable and is consistent with our first resolution.
And what I like about this is it's very focused on schools, which is our area, which makes sense. I think going outside of what we have control over or purview over is where it gets controversial. So, but I think a lot of these things we're already trying to do, and we're to seek further support from our legislature, I think is an excellent move on our part.
One additional piece that kind of came in, it was purely in language and how it was presented, was that first line, support all hazards approach for planning for and managing school crises. And so that takes in not just school safety in regard to gun violence, but also with earthquake preparedness and all that. So that was really universally, I think, supported across everyone in the community, as expanding that language.
A quick just update from YFS, our ongoing partnership with them. I've been in conversations with Eric Franklin in the last week or so, and just shared with our leadership team yesterday that they're actually doing some specific, they're going to change some of their practices around gun screening, and that will be part of the mental health assessments that they're doing with their clients, both in the schools and in the private area. So he was informing us that they're going to have a much more explicit strategy in terms of how they do that. That has come up in your board meetings when people have asked, what are we doing for that? So I just offer that in terms of, so you have it when you're communicating with stakeholders.
And speaking of which, I think there was some mention of maybe a review or a presentation of the community on just our safety net approach, I think. And if there's that opportunity sometime, I would appreciate it. You would appreciate it. Just talking about the police, the YFS and stuff like that. Just because I think they do some amazing work, they have been, and to the extent that they can showcase it to the level that they want, to promote it. And there might be some messages that either you, Donna, YFS director, or the police chief might also want to make to the community to help, promote safety.
So just an update on a couple of things we're doing. One is we do have a half day of training in August that we are fully dedicating to safety, emergency, and crisis preparedness for all staff. We'll have staff that normally would work that day on time cards to participate in that training as well. And we are partnering with Jennifer Franklin, who is the coordinator for emergency preparedness for the city. So we are looking at really what they talk about here in proposal 2, beyond the gun violence, but all hazards approach, because we know that there is a real need for that preparedness as well. So we are looking at some trainings on that. And there is some discussion at the PTA council level of a potential evening parent event that would include our partners, YFS and the police department, and of course PTA, in maybe having, we haven't got it completely defined yet, sort of stations where parents could learn about the different ways they can prepare in the community. So not just what the schools are doing for preparedness, but some kind of open event.
I think that's a good idea. I think it would be, as a board member, I'd appreciate knowing that before that, because if questions come up, I'd actually like to know the information that they're going to share as well.
So should we go ahead and, do we have any other comments specifically about this motion on the table? Okay. So I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion for proposal number 2, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And then going on to proposal number 1.
So, I'm not sure how to approach proposal number 1A or 1B.
Yeah, or, well, kind of my point in talking about focusing on what we do in schools, although many of us may feel that it is smart to limit access to large capacity weapons and magazines, it may be, it's vague in that, it's limiting where? Is it limiting in the school or is it limiting in the community? And if we're talking about the community,
I think it's implied it's the community.
and
They're not
that's
allowed
what,
in school.
right. So I feel like that makes it outside of what we should be putting in a proposal, in my opinion. I would like to see it in there, but I think it's going to be problematic and it's going to get taken out anyway.
And that was the discussion that happened in this committee following up, and why the two different proposals, two different
Right.
versions are kind of set, because one district says, no, we really insist on having this language in, the other says,
And
no, I
can
think
see
this is
that,
gonna
yeah.
destroy this particular proposal, I don't think it's gonna pass with that language.
Right, it's going to get re-proposed as without that language, I think.
I don't know if we're in the discussion forum because there hasn't been a motion on
Right.
the thing, but I'd be happy to weigh in on something community-wide, because community-wide affects schools, as we've seen. And I don't think I personally would hesitate taking a position on large capacity weapons and magazines. It's a little bit vague as it's stated right now, but this is providing input to the legislature for them to act, and I think they've had the opportunity to act and they haven't. So I would be supportive of you making a motion so we can discuss this. It doesn't matter to me that this is a little broader than the actual school.
So the other question though would be, is some school districts have taken a position on Initiative 1639. And that's similar to this. I would actually ask Brian if there's any thought. I think 1639 has some statements around large capacity weapons and magazines as well. So I think it might be interesting to see how this corresponds to 1639, and if that's something we wanted to take a position on
Well, and I
as
think,
well. They're very, very similar actually right now.
I think that's a great point, but I know that 1639 is also being conservative in its language with the hope that it will actually pass.
Yes, but still very similar to this.
And bringing up the age of access. And,
Right.
so I'd be happy to entertain that as a separate issue of supporting 1639. But how about when somebody makes a motion on this one, and then we can move forward with this.
Okay, I'll make a complicated motion. So I move that the board consider adopting one of three options concerning proposal 1. Option A would be adopting proposal 1 without the asterisk. That language and limiting access to large capacity weapons and magazines. Option B would be signing on to proposal number 1 with the asterisk. Or option 3 would be to just simply not sign on to supporting this. Is that
I think we don't need option 3, because if we vote no, then we're doing option 3.
So I think it's also possible for you to just make a motion to, board should approve proposal number 1 as stated with everything including the asterisks. And let's leave it to discussion if we want to come down to option A.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
how about I'll do that. I move that the board adopts proposal number 1 as written, including the additional language in red. Any questions? Do we have a
I'll
second?
I'll second that.
Okay, further discussion?
I'm gonna repeat my objection to it. I'm pretty uncomfortable with the language, not with the idea, but with the language as written. Limiting access, what does that mean? We don't know what that means, whether it's ages or locations or how much and what. I mean, my personal opinion is we don't need any of it, so I'm not in any way opposed to it. I think this language is poor, and I don't think it belongs in the proposal. I think it weakens the rest of it.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate that it's pretty vague. In a way, I'm kind of happy it's vague because I don't want to be talking about the specifics of stuff I don't want to know, or caliber size or stuff like that, which, large capacity, large magazines, things.
But
Should
that
be there.
see that.
So I think it actually sends the right message for me, and allows legislators to interpret it, which I'm fine with. I don't want to get into the whole back and forth about caliber size or magazine size at a school or local everything, or local level. Because we're gonna go around the room, it's very specific and very little impact, whereas if we sign on board with all the other schools, thank you, Brian, for doing this. So that's where I'm okay with it. All I ask is during this discussion at WASDA is to listen to the very small schools, thanks to Hegan, places that are maybe an hour away from a armed response. They're very remote schools, and I get not arming our school staff in this situation. But there's 290 school districts, and there's a lot of different situations. And I would hate to tie the hands of a very small school district that is very remote, that may have to kind of be unique in its solution and its stuff. So if you could just make sure that those people are heard, that'd be great.
Well, I have no doubt that
I think that the language without the asterisk covers the ability for the legislature to act. And I don't want to get into the weeds either. I have no interest. But when we're talking about safe storage of firearms, the amount of weapons and magazines can be addressed in that legislation, that, you know, no home is permitted to have more than, or whatever, whatever that language is. I think it's included, I think it's implied. And again, that vague language, I don't know that that would even pass. I mean, obviously it's a proposal for a resolution of support.
Of advocacy, yeah.
But I don't know how that's gonna pass legal issues.
Right, and this isn't where we need to
It-
worry about that, but at this, I honestly could go either way because I feel like it's gonna get hashed out at the next few levels, both within WASDA and beyond. And I think the fact that it says, and support additional legislation that reduces risk of mass casualty events, there should be like there could be a period there. And then they give one example, and then there's a potential second example. And they're just examples. So to me, I'm in favor of this, regardless of whether that asterisk language is in there or not. And so, because I think it's gonna
Yeah, I agree with that assessment too. I would like to see us do 1639 as well, which goes a little bit further in a bunch of these areas. But I'm good with this, I'm good with the asterisks. I could live with everything in there, even if it doesn't get edited down. So, but I do think there's probably 70 steps between us and legislation. I think it's important to set a high standard that preserves the safety of our schools and kids, and this goes in that direction.
With the permission of the superintendent, I'd like to ask Erin Battersby if she'd like to weigh in on the asterisk line. I know that you had given us some direction. I don't know if you feel confident in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still confident in my prior direction. I don't think that you run a risk of doing something inappropriate by supporting it. You're asking my opinion as to the language. I do think that there's, I guess, similar concerns to those expressed by Director Lori. And it isn't so much about what is a large capacity weapon or a magazine. It's more the language of limiting access. What exactly does that mean? I think that yes, it's not very specific what is large capacity, but a reasonable person could come to that. But in terms of limiting access, are we then going to have an evaluation of someone's mental capacity? And is that going to be the limiter? Is it going to be age? Is it going to be income? Like, there's a whole bunch of things that could be considered a limiter. And that gives me some pause, because then there's also concerns. Is it going to be, I mean, I would assume it wouldn't be something controversial as, religious-based, like, because you're this religion, you don't get a gun, which is something that we certainly could not promote, but the language leaves that open. And so I have concerns about that. I mean, and that's going to the absurd end, but at the same time, that absurdity is what I think I've been trained to look for, and I like to shut that down before we get there and not wait for the next person down the road to fix it. So that would be my personal belief. If I were to advise, if this is something that you were drafting, I'd advise you to change the language to be more specific and to capture what you intended, or at least shut the door on the absurd. I don't know if that gives you the input you want.
I think it's great. Thank you.
I will say that as we've thought about board policy and writing and crafting board policy, heck, our social media policy, we are not specific about much in our social media policy. And in fact, when we say somebody can be fired with cause, we're not specific about the list of stupid things you can do and the list of allowable good things, that some people may consider stupid and others may not, that you can do. So we intentionally make policy broad and subject to interpretation. And I do appreciate that this is broad and subject to interpretation, and I think that's its strength. I think today driving a car is limited, and the license has different limits on it. In South Dakota, I could drive at 11 years old. And in Washington State, my kids are waiting till they're 16 to drive. So those limits make sense, and they're actually, my 11-year-old tractor driving license would be valid in Washington State too, because of reciprocity rules. So they make these laws intentionally broad. They do allow for regionalization. Just as we discussed earlier, rural communities may have slightly different needs than cities. So I actually appreciate the fact that this is intentionally broad.
I would just like to point out that the language of the initial statement itself is broad. And it says, the second line, support additional legislation that reduces the risk of mass casualty events. And the point that Tracy made is it could stop there, and it gives an example. So it's plenty broad without giving that. And I can let everyone know, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, I'm not comfortable voting to approve with the language of limiting access. I think Erin explained it a lot better than I did, but that's exactly what I meant, is, it's vague in the sense of what does it mean, not in terms of how far is the legislature willing to go.
Okay,
And I think those are differences.
Great, so,
I can put just one cap as a
Go ahead.
representative, so, and I'm kind of debating whether or not I should participate in the vote or abstain
No,
from the vote,
absolutely,
depending on
you
how this
should.
rolls
No, you
out.
should.
And I love that it's contentious and we're really hashing this out, so I think it's an important discussion. And it is going to be hashed out at Legislative Assembly. This is going to be really interesting, because these two proposals are most likely going to move forward side by side. It will be one or the other. Yeah, so I appreciate the language additions. I don't want to sway it too much, because I've been really involved in this and the debates that have happened in subcommittees and committees. So yeah, I thank you all for the dialogue with that. I just want to say that obviously the most powerful message that we can send as a school board is through a unanimous vote, one way or the other. When a board is divided, it's very difficult to enforce that motion or that statement.
So I hope you vote, and I hope you don't pull any punches in your debate on this one way or the other. Just because you're closer to it, I think that's actually more reason for you to vote and for you to tell us what you think. Okay.
In sharing that, I will share that I am more aligned with the original one. I think is more aligned with our resolution. It does not involve the asterisk. Our resolution 665, that asterisk line is specifically removed from our resolution under advisement, which I thought was excellent advisement. I think that proposal number one without the asterisk has a better chance of moving forward in legislative assembly. And so if our goal is to get a resolution at a statewide level that is going to be able to support all school districts and specifically all children within the state of Washington, then that's the direction I'm going to lean, and that's really pragmatic, but at this early stage.
okay. So the original motion was yours, David?
Yes.
Do you want to amend your motion, or do you want to have us vote on it as stated?
Well, anybody can suggest an amendment. I don't have to be.
Well, I want to get your input
suggest
first,
an
since you made
amendment.
the motion.
I am good with the asterisk line, actually. I think the pragmatic compromise is what results in us doing nothing for the last 50 years around this. So I'll pragmatically compromise to the grave with nothing happening. So I'm good with the star.
That's an excellent point. The amendment can be brought to the floor. We can vote on the amendment on the asterisk, which then would, depending on how that.
Right down to
would-
you.
Yeah, which would move a lot of things. So,
Did you have any other comments? On the amendment, or on the, I mean, on the motion?
and this is a precursor to legislative assembly.
It is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
No, I don't think I have any comments right now.
Deborah, you're open to make an amendment if you'd so like to.
I mean, I could make an amendment or we can vote on the motion. I mean, I've kind of hinted as to where I'm going to vote on that motion. I don't know the best way to do it. If people want to vote on that motion, I'm not going to move to amend. I'm happy to, but I don't need, I don't know, I think that's taking away voice.
It's a tough one.
I can say, I think that David's proposal of voting support or endorsement of Initiative 1639 is an excellent one, and that we should put it on the agenda for August. Even though it's
I agree.
past the signature point, hopefully it will be on the ballot.
Right, they're collecting more signatures over the next couple of days, and then we'll know if it's on the ballot, and I think it's a great idea for an agenda item for August, to endorse it as a board if we so choose.
And we'd have to have a public hearing on that, I think, when we're voting to endorse an initiative, don't we have to have
I'm sure.
an opportunity for the public to weigh in?
There has to be opportunity to come through.
Yeah, it's not here. Yeah, it would be a regular meeting, so it would be, and it'd be on the
It
agenda.
would be on the agenda, but
Yeah.
someone that, to endorse or support, depending on the timeline of the initiative.
So we don't need to decide on the outcome of that, but I agree it should be on the agenda for August.
Yeah, if someone could look at the legalities a little bit
Sure,
further.
and we have time for that.
I think there might have to be something separate than this public input, but,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'll go ahead. I'm going to make a motion to amend
Okay,
the original motion. And that the motion for amendment is striking the asterisk line, limiting access to large capacity weapons and magazines.
I'll second that.
okay. All right, so any further discussion on the amended motion? So, does anybody,
Now we vote on the.
now, we can vote on the amendment, we're not voting on the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're voting on the amendment.
Okay, all right, so if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the amended motion, say aye.
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 And those opposed? Okay, so you're
What's that?
abstaining, are you abstaining?
No, I said it was very quiet.
Okay, okay. Just
I said
make
aye.
sure. Okay, so motion passes as amended, thank you.
So
Great.
to clarify, back to original, so now we're striking the asterisk.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent debate.
Then I'll say,
So,
I'll call question. Which will move this parliamentary back to the original.
No, we amended the motion, we didn't.
I don't think we need to go back
We
then.
don't need to go back to it. It is what
We're
it
good,
is.
and we had a unanimous
Yeah.
outcome, so.
So we can accept that as the
Yeah.
original motion passes.
No,
No,
the
the original
motion
amended
is
motion
amended.
passed,
So no asterisks.
So, no asterisk, that's right.
yes, yeah. And the original motion is dead.
Because there was no
Because it's been
objection
amended.
to the amendment.
So you amended the motion that included the asterisk
Right.
to
strike
remove
the
the
asterisk.
asterisk.
Right.
And we voted and it was 5-0,
And there was no objection to the amendment,
Right, so the amendment
is what was
is
passed.
what is passed.
Passes.
The amended
Yes,
motion is
right.
passed.
So now we go back to the original?
No,
No.
we can leave it.
So the original, because.
Well, I mean, the amended original.
Correct, now we're gonna go to the vote.
Now, so calling
The
question goes
amended
back to the original vote
Oh, I
as
see.
amended.
So
I- sorry.
we approved the amendment.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're in the weeds on this one.
Okay.
Parliamentary weeds.
So now,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we were all we were doing was approving the amendment. We weren't
Correct.
approving the amended motion.
Okay.
Right.
Are you with me?
So, yeah,
I guess
now
so.
I
Okay.
think we're all.
I thought it was the
Yeah.
same, but
Okay.
okay.
So I was saying the amendment, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay, so you need to vote.
we need to vote now on
Yes.
the amended proposal.
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of the amended proposal, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Rob.
Yay!
All right, we can be done now, that was great.
Now we're back.
Thank you. And
Okay.
just a final cap to that, I will reach out immediately following our work session to Harlan from the Issaquah School Board to say that we are continuing on the signatories of their original,
Okay.
in both proposal 1 and proposal 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have the consent agenda, and then I'm suggesting a bio break before we start our session. We're a little behind schedule, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move we approve the consent agenda as published.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Consent agenda passes. And let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 10:35, 10:36. Okay.
Are you gonna need the projector for the work session?
We probably will
Yeah,
because we'll
it's
need,
important.
there's actually the first document for the study session is the
Got
calendar,
it,
which
got
is
it,
an
okay.
attachment.
Not a
so
problem,
yes.
not a problem.
And it's really little, so it's
Yes.
easier to see it.
Can everyone turn off their,
So continuing on with our agenda, For today, we have item 4, study session on governance and strategic planning. And we are starting with item A, board policy 1008P, our board calendar for the 2018-19 school year. And Donna, do you want to lead us through this?
Certainly, this has been built basically as a transfer over of the calendar from previous years in that it's 2 meetings a month. Across the top, you can see the OEs that will be addressed, which has just been basically plugged in how they've been done previously. The fundamentals as they've been calendared or scheduled, and then this next year for linkage sessions for the school sites, it returns back to the elementary, so you can see that it will be site visits at Lake Ridge, Island Park, and West Mercer. Under board development, I know you've already received some of this information, the legislative assembly for WASDA, the WASDA conference. Note that those are both in Spokane this year, because it does alternate years, east and west. And some of the annual topics that require board action are laid out within the timeline that the policies state. And then just some other events are listed here as well that are important things for the board to note. Starting in September with our all-staff barbecue, Mining Family Welcome event, some of the other school holidays that are listed as well for everybody's reference. The graduation, you can see in June, has a question mark as we finalize the location for graduation because of the renovations at Key Arena. They are not allowing any graduations for the next 2 years with that. We've been struggling to find a place that actually had that traditional date open, so it looks like graduation date might have to be moved, but we'll know for sure in August when we actually take action on the calendar. And it does look like we'll be at the Showware as the location for that. It's just finalizing that date on that contract. Any questions on any of the pieces on here? Again, this will come forward for action at the August meeting.
So I thought at leadership, there was a board policy that you had asked to bring up, and you were initially thinking of August, but that we would discuss it at this meeting.
Yes, I was going to bring that up, but I'm not sure if it's part of this item because this actually starts in September and that is an August concept. But
Okay, but that's how it was presented to me, that I thought we were
Okay.
going to talk about that.
Well, since you brought it up, I was thinking based on our ongoing work and our conversations throughout the year and in light of events in June, that it might be nice to have a special session to discuss equity, diversity, and inclusion issues and our policy 1610 that does already address that. And since we haven't monitored that since we adopted it in February of 2016, that we might want to review it. And so I was going to suggest that we do a special session in August around that, maybe a 2 to 4 hour special session where we can focus on that topic instead of adding it to one of our already existing meetings and potentially not having enough time to really delve into the topic. So I wanted to see if there was enthusiasm for that idea, and then we come up on some dates. So that would be, that's in addition to this. This is a really starting in September.
So it predate.
So this would be, yeah. So would you like to hear any thumbs up, thumbs down? Sideways with this idea?
When, just anytime in
I wanna I wanted to gauge the enthusiasm for having such thing, then we can look at dates that would work.
So what's the idea behind it?
Reviewing our current policy 1610 about equity, diversity and inclusion, and bringing forward some of us have been to equity conferences in the year. We had the event in June with the yearbook photo and the other issues that have come up around that.
So normally we do that fundamental 7 time, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, and we haven't actually reviewed when we do fundamental 7, we haven't actually looked at our 1610 policy again. So I feel like this is slightly different from fundamental 7, more about like where, and it sort of piggybacks on potentially what we may talk about later today, about strategic planning. And how do we want to be leaders in this area and get in front of things and evaluate where we've been and talk about where we want to go.
I don't disagree with it, but I also feel like we kind of had the same idea for stuff around school safety and mental health, and in light of all the things that have also happened, we've kind of pushed off many times a discussion about what we're doing in the schools, and there's some sort of review around our safety plan that would be held in public and allow other people to participate and potentially give feedback into, and that we could reference. So we wanted to get ahead on school safety. Kind of the thought initially was that could happen in June, but I don't think that's timely now. So I think we pushed that off, and now I think the diversity thing is an issue as well, but I'd like to kind of do safety first and then tackle diversity. It's just that feels like we're chasing shiny objects a little bit otherwise. They're both important, but kind of got to push things down first.
I also like the idea of the review as opposed to something comes up and then suddenly now we're looking at something to change. When the safety has come up, we didn't look to change it immediately. I think it was suggested that why don't we look at the good work we're doing and be presented it. Likewise, on diversity, and there's been some phenomenal work done, the diversity committee and at the superintendent level. So I'm not necessarily looking to change a policy right away when something comes up. If something comes up, I'd like to maybe review what it is. Otherwise, I don't think we're being very strategic. I think we're being very reactive. And I think these are opportunities to kind of show to the community the work that has gone into it. And I think it's important to see the work that has been done by others, done by staff, before we start looking at changing things.
I was just going to comment, I think, to use this as an educational piece, to educate us and both the community on what is happening. And I don't know if it would be appropriate to bring someone in, if there's any concerns to talk about things that we could be doing that we're not doing.
And are you talking about safety right now?
No, I'm talking about the diversity. And, I mean, I know that we talked about doing that with safety. I think that, as that evolved from, our big issues, knowing what our administration was doing with the community, I think that settled things down a lot, and, we don't need to be, I mean, obviously we want to be reviewing it, but I think, while we didn't have a specific meeting for it, I think it's been addressed in a lot of ways. And, perhaps we could add in there, I mean, if the staff is doing a training on safety and planning, that we can use it as an update, and maybe we could even address both of these issues at the same meeting. I mean, if you're talking 4 hours, I don't know that we need, it's a long meeting.
Right.
Perhaps we can actually address both issues in that time.
Right. Or the safety updates that the district has been doing could be a report at one of our established meetings, potentially. And there's public hearing, or public input available then too, if it's an agenda item, or we could entertain it as a joint two-topic session, right?
As John went out earlier, you had said as well that youth county services and other groups are looking at, and have to discuss all hazards approach to safety and all of that.
Right, that is something that the PTA council is actually discussing as they would be the sponsor for that kind of event. And they were discussing it as a kind of a back to school because they want families to participate and learn and come into that. We are doing staff training before school starts. The leadership team is spent almost a half day already prepping for, and we'll spend some more time preparing for that as well. And we are, for that, we're really mainly just working with the Mercer Island Police Department and their coordinated emergency preparedness.
So my thought kind of was, depending on what that might be, if there might be a possibility of the district co-sponsoring that event with the PTA council and perhaps as a part of that, having a study session or something with the board where we can discuss safety and some updates and things that are happening as a part of that larger event that's happening.
Staff could also do an update for the board on safety planning, as in what we've maintained and what we have adjusted in some of the work that we've been doing as a leadership team and in conjunction with the police department. Some of it is simple things like systems that we put in place for communications. So there's a variety of things that staff can certainly in August bring forward. Just a presentation of here's the pieces that we're continuing to do ongoing, and here's some of the new things that we're adjusting in our safety plans at the school site level as well as across the district. And that absolutely could occur as an information piece in either of August.
And would that be like a communication to the board? It's not like we're approving it. This is
Right.
just sharing kind of the
Right.
stuff. And I know that would be beneficial.
And so I absolutely am in agreement of doing something around equity and diversity and looking at that policy, because it has been since January of 2016, so specific policies were addressed. But I also want to be mindful of the cue that we.
Yeah, and I think that you raise a good point, all of you. So I'm hearing enough support that we could move forward with potentially having a, maybe if we plan on it being about a 2-hour session for the equity and diversity, and then we could figure out where to put the safety update in somewhere in August. And we can figure out the details of that.
Well, I would be more in favor of just let's do August for safety and do equity until later, maybe in September. As opposed to just doing a 4-hour as a lot.
Yeah, I think the safety one, it's, I think just because the community has school's out, so the community's mind is kind of off it, and the expectation is that the board's mind is still on it, and we still care about it, and there are many unique things we do inside the district that, we should review and have in a holistic conversation around, and make sure that, we don't take our eye off the ball because the community has stopped showing up at public input every day. I think it's disrespectful of all the input we have gotten around this. There have been many
Talking about
people
safety.
have come, talked about safety, many more than talked about the diversity issue right now. Right, so first on the queue, I think it's disrespectful to be pushing them off for the most recent thing we heard.
Well, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think
They are
I'd like
not,
to see
but
us do both, and when we get into September, we've got more of these other items and things, so I'd rather see us do both of them in August.
My concern with, I get
And
that
before
September is
school starts.
busy.
For both of them.
My concern is there's a lot of people gone, and if there are community members that want to see a live update, be able to input, August is not a good time to do that. That's all I'm saying. I totally get September and busy and everything.
Just something else to be cognizant of, as I've reported to the board before, we have had 2 review audits of two of our programs, both the highly capable and the special ed program. And so we, at some point, want to present those reviews to the board as well, either with the constituents that have done the surveys or staff. It's something that is at the top of our calendars for Fred and I as we review. We've just got a document on the one, but we've got a document on the other.
Which could be September or
Maybe August if, you know.
just need to know.
So there's just, we could either be those added on to a meeting or, again, a separate standalone as well.
I'd also like to take, as we talk about strategy and things like, as time went on with safety, we've had discussions about safety and done a lot of different things about safety prior to even having a public review of it. The gun resolutions, what we just talked about. I think there's the same opportunity resides for diversity as well. We are taking in a bunch of feedback around what has happened here in many different ways. And we've got opportunity to act in kind of smaller ways and think about that first before we go do a bigger public review. I think it's also one of those things where it takes a little while to internalize all the different things that can happen in this space. I don't want to be reactive to one incident, but at least have multiple opportunities to talk about this, just as we did with strategy, just as we did with safety, just as we did with gun resolutions, before we go into a review, just to make sure that we've got the right background around this, not just one review. So that also leads me to push the diversity discussion and review into September or October and give community a chance to weigh in as well.
And I'd agree with that, just because you're now giving the diversity committee opportunity to talk about it, and as well as staff to respond to it, as opposed to just bringing it up to the board level as a reactionary thing.
I agree. I think placing it in the queue and assigning it a space, but being very deliberate and slow moving as we work towards it makes sense, as our work as a board should be slow moving and deliberate. I'd make sure that we're giving it the full weight that we can.
Okay, so if we're looking at September then, does that mean we want to add something to this calendar today, or look at scheduling something offline, outside of this meeting and checking schedules?
So I will be out in September as well, so October 11th will be the first meeting I'll be at to schedule, and I'll
Are
be
you
there.
out in August too?
I'll be gone on August 19th, so we'll meet the first meeting in August, I guess.
I think it'd be nice just to hear from Donna and your staff in terms of your ability to present these type of reports. One is, and the first one up would be kind of the safety net type of thing. And if it's possible, if it works with your schedule, to hit it before Director D'Souza leaves, that would be neat. And then the next one in the queue would be diversity. And when are you back?
October 11th.
October 11th, given that Director D'Souza's been on the diversity committee for 2 years plus, I think it would be beneficial to have his input during that report. So I would say post that October meeting. But it's also, I think, dependent upon you and your staff's time to put those things together.
The other piece that I think you brought up as well, Ralph, that coincides with Board Policy 60-717, which sits much later in the year. So does the board have an interest in switching out Fundamental 7 with one of the other fundamentals that's in October? Note, I said switch out.
Not that.
Right, and I actually was gonna say, those are, from what I remember, very big.
1 and 2.
1 and 2 and then the SIPs are pretty cumbersome.
One and two is big just because of all the data that comes into it from the system. I mean, the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are big because of, there's a lot of the qualitative data that comes into it. The quantitative is fairly easy on those, but the quantitative needs for fundamental 1 and 2 are, that's what makes those rather sizable.
They're very work intensive.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just, that's how those kind of shape up.
And fundamental 2 includes the school improvement plans as well, which is good to have in there.
And
They're separate from the
They're
school
separate.
improvement plans, because they're not part of them, but they happen around the same time.
Oh, okay.
But they're not, they're two separate
Okay.
processes. Because you approve fundamental 2, the 6 are just information. Aaron, sorry.
sorry, no, well, I guess, in order to answer that question, I'd have to have a better understanding of the deliverable that you're requesting with respect to the review of the board policy 60, like what you're wanting. Because I feel like though there's more emphasis in fundamental 7 on equity, I think equity sort of does and should be highlighted in all of these fundamentals. For instance, personalized learning, that is about equity. So I would have to understand, I mean, equity isn't a separate thing, it's something we do every day in everything that we do. So whenever any report we're bringing to you, like that underlies all of our work. We are trying to serve all of our kids and create a learning environment that enables them to learn and be successful and recognizes the diverse aspects of our community and creates equity. As I said, personalized learning, I don't know how you can get any more dedicated to equity. So I guess I'd have to have a better understanding what you're looking for in terms of this standalone assessment of your policy.
And I think perhaps it's not a standalone. I think if, and of course this precludes some further strategic conversation, but if fundamentals stand as they are, fundamental 7 lends itself very much to board policy 6010 in that I believe the two occurred at the same time and are quite synonymous in how they evolved into where they are now. So since there has not been a review of that specific policy since 2016 by the board, and CED still serves its purpose as the diversity equity policy, to do it around the time of fundamental 7 makes some sense. But you have to determine if March is timely enough for that, or if you would prefer to, again, move 7 into a different place, and depending on what else is happening, do something else out.
So my thinking was more reviewing our language of the policy 1610 and seeing if we feel like it has been an effective guideline and how it relates to fundamental 7. Not necessarily with a lot of work from the staff to give us that information, but really digging into the language and seeing if this is something that needs updating, and how does it affect the later evaluation of fundamental 7 in March. I would propose to do them at the same time. It would be more of, do we need to fine tune anything? Do we want to add anything, take anything out? And then how does that affect the later reporting of fundamental 7? Are we really being able to measure the work that we're trying to accomplish with the policy? Because it is very difficult to measure these things.
Do you want input from administration, or do you think this is a solely board discussion?
I'd be happy to get it if it wasn't adding a lot of work for anybody. But I really just want to have a board discussion about this topic, and I feel like we can't really just tack it on to the end of a meeting or in board reports. It's really something we want to spend some quality time on. And it's separate. It touches on all of the other aspects with the diversity committees and Fundamental 7, but it's also, this is where we're working at the strategic level as in policy, and if we have this great policy, but we feel like it's not sinking through the organization, how can we change that? How would that look to adjust the policy or to add emphasis to it in a way that would have a trickle-down effect to really make some forward movement in our organization?
I'd really like to have input from the, it's changed names, the diversity committee,
Equity advisory.
the equity advisory board committee. And have them have opportunities to meet in a meaningful way. I think David said that. Before, I want to be, I mean, I'm just, as we have this discussion, I pulled up 1610 and I'm briefly looking at it. And looking at the language, I don't think is what I'm more interested in our students, is it trickling down, like what Tracy was saying, and are we measuring it correctly? And I think that the equity committee, that's why they exist. Let's have them report to us on what they're doing, how they're feeling, if they have suggestions to us on what the community might need. I mean, that's a mix of professionals and community members.
Sorry, I just want to clarify that it's the superintendent's advisory committee, not our advisory committee, because that being our committee would trigger a whole bunch of public documents and reports, so, yeah.
Absolutely, but they're the ones who are talking about the work, so that's, yeah.
I agree with your.
So the work is actually impacting at the site level because the sites each have a team that works with staff and therefore with students on what they're, so it varies depending on each site. So they, that then is what you see in Fundamental 7, right? Because that's where we're really trying to put the impact for students. So 1610 and Fundamental 7, do they interlock? Yes, they do. Because of course the policy is your overarching, your fundamental says that this is a value that this board has. The work that impacts students is at the staff level. The advisory committee has evolved and will continue to evolve as we work to make sure that we're impacting students by adding staff and representatives from the schools so that the information can go out to all the constituents.
I think we quickly fall into what's happening inside the schools. We really want to understand how this trickles down, which is surfaced in Fundamental 7, whether this is curriculum in terms of how we're teaching African American history, the books we have, what type of books, how have we surfaced that into our schools, empathy, social emotional learning. It feeds into all those different things, and I don't think we can just change language in a policy and get the impact we want without actually hearing about the different activities that are being done and being able to get feedback around that, as well as a more comprehensive review to all the other members of the community so that they can see what we are doing and what we aren't doing. I hate to be judged on, kind of one picture slipping through versus everything else that is going on. And even that has had its own difference of opinion and other things like that. And so it's not, pardon the pun, black and white, but I think we'll quickly devolve into a board that is, lacking in data and making suppositions and trying to change policy, and it might not be a good place to be for us if we just do this as a board thing too. Which it has appeal because it's fostered it potentially addresses issues, but
Well, and I don't see it as a one and done kind of idea. It was starting the conversation and then seeing how we want to move forward from here. Is more where I was looking at it.
I think we can start conversations around this, go to the strategy discussion today too. I see this coming up in the strategy conversation. I see this popping up as we talk about novels in Fundamental 1 and 2. As we talk about AP history and how does African American history participate in that? As we talk about social emotional learning, are we really thinking about empathy in all its facets? So I think this is like safety. We had it permeate in a bunch of discussions and it kind of culminates in the safety review. I'd see, diversity's up on our radar now, especially race issues. It's just getting worse is my fear, especially at the national level. And how do we act against that? I think I'd like to see it culminate in a conversation where we actually make some changes. But I think that's the journey, that's the culmination, not the first step.
Right?
So I'm just looking at the schedule here. We've got the 1600s coming up in January of 2019, 1601 through 1605, if I'm reading the schedule correct. So 1610 is not listed there. I think kind of to what David's saying, well, I would like to have a conversation about it sooner than later. I think being deliberate and strategic about setting this as a soft goal within our district, allowing site-specific diversity advisory committees to speak with their principals and allowing that voice of those stakeholders come up through principals into cabinet, into central administration, and rolling, being very deliberate as we're rolling towards that review of Fundamental 7 and the 1600s maybe in January, February, March, and so that we make it clear to the community and all of the different groups who are working on this that this is something that we really want to potentially take a good look at. So it's not delaying the conversation, but rather starting the conversation in a very deliberate manner. Does that make sense?
Making it a continuous opportunity to get feedback. So, and move potentially, but doing actually culminating.
As we're stepping into this discussion about strategy and strategic planning and all that for the year. Yeah, I don't want to make any decisions ahead of time, but I'm in favor of having the discussion, getting the discussion started as soon as possible, but also, I'm also in favor of being very deliberate about that and allowing opportunity for many diverse groups to have conversations and bring that towards us.
Okay, so without actually having the conversation I was hoping to have in August at this point in time, should we discuss this further in our strategic time and focus on this calendar that's in front of us? Thank you for all your input. So we're looking at this as a draft, and this is to be approved
From August.
in August.
It will come
August
forward
9th.
as an action item, yes.
Is there any further comment on the calendar itself for coming year? As far as any of the,
Other than February looks pretty open, and that might be a nice opportunity to throw what we were just discussing into February. It's wide open. Or swap something, so if we wanted to move it up to January, swap something from January to February.
and February, we do have 2 meetings.
Yes.
Yeah. There's midwinter break.
You're right, that's good.
That's right, it's sparse.
But it could certainly, even if you wanted to have a lengthier discussion, could be added on to one of these as workshop study session as well in February. I saw.
And I think as we were talking about the strategic side of things, when we get into that next conversation, maybe lessening some of the work we do with some of the other, some fundamentals to increase the work we do in other ones. And that might also come out from the SIP, so that calendar might change its weighting a little bit as well, in terms of how heavy some of these are. So that might open up some doors for focus time on things we really care about as a goal.
Okay. So, do we have enough feedback on the calendar then?
I
at this
believe
point?
so,
We
yes.
know we have that room in February to
Yes.
tweak some things if we need to. Brian, did you have one?
Just one other thing, I think we discussed this at some point previously, that, like finding the calendar was a little tricky and knowing where it was. I know that this calendar is really beneficial to all of our stakeholder groups and advocacy groups, so maybe moving the calendar a little bit further to the front page so that folks can plan for and know what's happening.
I have
I'd like to second that.
Yes.
It's always been quirky, I can never find it, so, and
like actually a button that says calendar is, I think,
We could call it, we would have to change it a little bit to be the board calendar, because there are so many
Yes.
different calendars
Yeah.
that are on our website, student calendars, et cetera. So we could certainly do something on the link on the board page that would have current board schedule / calendar, and we could link it there. Generally, right now, you have to go through board docs because it's an item that's approved there. So once it's approved, we can then link it on that section of the
Thank
website.
you.
And then
I
with,
still look for it.
with this calendar and everything we add to it, with the, just emphasis on City Hall in front of cameras, I think we're so much better served when it goes out on TV when we're down there. It's much more of an open public feeling than here. Whenever possible.
Okay. Ready to move on to 4B? Board Policy 2020, Vision, Mission, Values, Fundamentals discussion. And, we will be having the lunch delivered and,
11:30, I got the text.
11:30, okay. And so, I think we'll just make it, if everybody's okay with a working lunch, you can pick up your food as, anytime after it comes in, and eat while we're working, that would be great. So Donna, are you starting this one?
I am just going to kick off with that Harriet is here and has joined us. And I know that we sent you some documents electronically, but also do have them in paper for review if we need them as we work through that reflection piece. And we also had forwarded to you kind of a summary of how we got to this point in June for the workshop. And I know you all had a chance to take a look at that. And then I'm going to hand it over to Harriet.
To what degree do you want things projected, not projected in terms of this area, or do you want me to just, you can just kind of let me know as we go?
I am having a regrouping moment, just looking at the time and thinking about how this was introduced. And so anyway, good morning, everybody. I just have to say before we start that it's been such a pleasure for me to watch you work together today. I don't get to work with many boards that actually listen, engage in conversation, pay attention to what each other is saying, raise questions respectfully, and move to areas of action or at least agreement on where you want to go next. So I just want to start off saying that as a governing board and in your ability to work together, I just see you come together so beautifully. So it was fun for me to kind of be here and just sit there and listen to you. So I am going to pass out an agenda that we're not totally going to follow.
Because of the time frame.
And see if I have enough there. Mostly what I want you to pay attention to are the purpose and kind of the essential questions that Donna and I talked about. This is after for talking with each of you about what did you really want from today. And I gained a little more information about that just from listening to this last conversation. It's been really helpful. Trying to figure out our kind of essential purpose for being here. And I think when I started working with you, it was really about building your team ability, which I see you've grown that on your own. You have that. And then just getting clear about where you want to go with the processes and boundaries that guide your work, which is Vision 2020, right? So that is what I think you want to walk away with today. Is where I'm not totally clear. I'll just be honest on that. And I would really like us to start our work today with a brief pairing conversation on really two kind of key questions based on what we've been doing together this year leading up to decisions about Vision 2020. Where have we made progress as a board? And where do you think you still need definition, decision, or action? I want to start there and really just give you about 5 to 6 minutes, just pair up, and where have we made progress, and where do you think we still need definition or decision or action related to your work together and really this idea that we're moving toward Vision 2020, what that, any shifts in that, if any.
I'm happy to hear it in open discussion. I think they're just 5 of us, so we can all just go around the table and
Okay,
chat about it.
can do that.
Share it individually.
I'd also like a visual of the questions you just stated.
I am happy to start.
Fred, you might need to come over to the
Oh,
other side of the
there.
screen because it's probably right in front of the camera. Yes.
You want a couple minutes to think a bit before we jump in?
Ready to jump in with some others?
Interesting. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
I'm ready to speak without thinking. Wouldn't be a good thing to say.
Yeah, I'm happy to move forward with the discussion. I would even be happy to be towards the front.
What's that?
And I'm even happy to be towards the front of the line.
Okay.
If
Volunteer
that
to go
works.
first.
Yeah. If nobody else wants to.
That'd be great. Go for it.
Where have we made progress as a board? So in observing, I think, the board for a year and a half, which I did, sitting in the back of the bleachers. And then stepping onto the board and really finding our footing, I think, as a group of 5+, we've found an equilibrium. I think we found cohesiveness, a way to work with each other in a respectful manner. And I think trust, which is important. There's a comfort that has come to that now. Now it's a matter of maintaining comfort and professionalism. Because if we get too comfortable with each other, that can become an issue as well. What do we still need? Definition, decision, or action? Well, I think just as a couple of the discussions we've already had in our previous thing, I think action is always a part of our work. I think maybe looking at how quickly we accelerate that action, whether we move faster or slower, I think is still yet to be we're finding that speed, and it will vary from issue to issue.
What does action mean to you?
For me, action means initiating those discussions, discovering how we can. For me, it was a matter of, with Director Lurie initiating Resolution 665 and the process we went through in the subcommittee there, and how that then led to recognition of being contacted by another board. These were all very deliberate steps that I wasn't sure when I first stepped on the board exactly how that would happen. So when I think of action, I think of spotting down the road those issues that are coming towards us as a board, and specifically what's coming towards us in the hot air balloon as a policy issue, so that we're not being reactive on the ground, but we're up in the balcony or the hot air balloon. But having action to me is seeing that coming, being engaged in our communities as 5 individuals and bringing those things that we see coming down the road to the attention of the other 5, and then establishing how we're going to move forward and how deliberate that is. So action is being involved in the 4 and then guiding movement as a group.
So I will say it's progress. I think I like the strategy discussions we've had so far. We spent some time picking priorities as a board that we were interested in. I think we discussed they weren't quite formalized in stone, but at least in number 2 pencil. We spent some time looking at different ways to think about how we rate and measure our school system and progress in our school system. I think we landed on liking the fundamentals and the SIPs potentially as a high value point for influencing the way education is improved in our system. I think we were open to our fundamentals being changed in a couple of different ways, either through the fundamental wording itself being changed or the superintendent's interpretation being changed. I think we were open to changing our fundamentals, and we were also open to doing them in a bite-sized fashion as opposed to throwing everything up in the air and watching all the balls fall. So I think we were also open to getting direction from staff based on, say, the SIPs as to which fundamentals we wanted to emphasize and go deeper on versus other ones we might want to just do quantitative analysis on and maybe less on qualitative, a little bit less on the whole show. So I think those were kind of the things we locked on as a board. I think maybe what I'd like to see us do is take this and turn it into a project-managed effort that we really have as a scheduled item on our calendar, where we talk about our strategy, the progress being made to select the fundamentals we focus on, review as a board how we want to update them, review as a board how the superintendent's interpretation changes, kind of intersect that with what's happening in our SIPs and what are the high value things we see coming from our community, whether it is school safety, diversity, social emotional learning. I think all those fit into that. And which ones do we then kind of de-emphasize, because we're going to go deep on these and open up space in our calendar for regular discussions around it. So that's where I'd like to see us move, is to get more formal about this this project management, and whether this happens at the board level or the superintendent level. You said things are going well today. We could certainly change that by how we manage this effort, and whether we do this at the right level or not. So yeah, that's where I'd like to see. I think we could certainly start talking about 2020 vision, mission, and values, and then move into the fundamentals like on day one of a managed approach to updating this. And it's very clear there's step 1, step 2, step 3 of this, that we need to decide how we lead, whether we lead this from the board or we lead this from staff. And I think that's really the biggest decision right now.
I just want to point out that much of the research shows that the most creativity comes through conflict.
Through what?
Through conflict. So we talked about, we may not see that all day. Conflict can be very healthy and very productive. Okay.
So most creativity? you said
Yes.
that's right?
Yeah.
So, just, I didn't think you're done.
I-
Just to kind of go from there, in terms of where do we make progress, I love our discussions. I think that we all learn from each other, and I know I certainly have kind of said something, made a position, kind of click, and then hear the discussion and it changes. So just because we're, and I know you're not implying this, but just because we're not, butting heads, I know that there's some of us that might, pick the other position just so that we have a good discussion sometimes, even if that isn't ultimately where they fall. So I think that I've learned a lot. I love hearing, I think that everyone makes very good constructive points. And even on, we haven't had too many really tough things that we've not agreed on, but there's been a little bit, and you can hear it, and it's respected how strongly someone might feel about a particular position, and I think that I think we came into it that way, as a group that seemed to kind of get along immediately, but I think it's just been more and more productive. I think our conversations have been, and discussions have been even more and more productive. I'm still at a point where I'm comfortable with the fundamentals. I'm still not comfortable with how they're being applied in the classroom, in terms of equally, equitably, and how our students are benefiting from these fundamentals. I know I've expressed some discomfort with how broad they are, because I really do think they kind of include everything. That isn't a bad thing at the board level. I'm learning, but I'm still struggling with that. I don't think it's our place to be putting those action items into place. And I think that that's just something I'm still struggling with. I appreciate very much what Brian said about when you asked him what action meant, and he said initiating discussion. That I like that a lot, because I don't feel like even with our resolution, yeah, we did something, but I don't feel like that a resolution translates into the classroom, and I don't know that that's necessarily our place. So I'm okay with that. So does that make sense, where I'm still kind of struggling? I don't necessarily have a problem with it, because I think it might be the right place to fall. And
So, let me just, this idea that you have a through line from the board to the classroom, right? That's really important to always keep in mind. But then you get down to, I think what you're saying is, what's the role of the board in making that happen at the classroom level? And I think that's been the essence of a lot of what we've kind of moving around a little bit these last few months is what has been made clear, at least to me, through the conversations that we've had over the last couple times is that, and you'll see that through the essential questions, that the fundamentals are happening in pockets. That there is high variability in this district about the fundamentals in the classroom. And so that has come up over and over again. So the question then is, how do board actions, policy decisions, whether they are about project management or prioritizing or policy, how do those direct, promote, advise, authorize the superintendent to do what she needs to do to make sure that you're reducing that variance? Ultimately, you want everything and every fundamental in every classroom for every kid as a package, right? Every day. So what is your work that allows that to happen, knowing that it is not at a level that you want to see?
so,
Right.
yeah, I mean, I guess so my question is, I mean, we definitely pick up themes from Donna in terms of instructional coaches, professional development, and then in reading these articles too today, or for today, pick up the themes. I think what I'm looking for is more direction. I mean, in terms of what we discussed, without going into detail because it was executive session, but in terms of talking about our goals to help create our highest quality of teachers and staff possible, I want direction to know, the things that, whether it's approving budgets or creating positions. I want specifically, here's what I want to do and here's why. And that would help me feel more like, to me, that's action, because we're the approving, not the creating place. And sometimes I don't want to say it's soft pedal, but sometimes it's not, specifically said, here's what I want to add. And sometimes, I think that's helpful. If there's a strong opinion.
What are the board levers? Where are your specific actions and push points to actually support that?
Right.
So, thank you. That's a really helpful question.
Where are we moving progress as a board in these sessions? Or just as a board without these sessions? I'm just wondering the context of that question.
I would hope that what we're doing here, if it's having any adding value, is showing up into their work. And these are only intended to support your work.
I'm an engineer. Show me a problem, let's solve it. To me, this seems like a real touchy-feely exercise. I think we've done some interesting work. I think there's been some interesting conclusions and some good conclusions along the way. But I don't see it captured in this. I think we've spent more than 10 hours as a group, and we've got a page and a half of notes. And I just look back at our last meeting where we kind of, in a way, were saying, We're not experts in this. We've hired a superintendent to do this. We've talked about revisiting 2020. We'd like to have that expert lead us to that in a way. I think it's dangerous if we start being in a way, we're not the experts and we don't want to start doing the work. And so I think we had a very long discussion about a potential way to empower the superintendent to put their imprint on this district. And that was through that discussion for about an hour on the superintendent's interpretation. And we discussed that, and there's some confusion about that title. And I think we then talked about it, it was called the superintendent's action, maybe, as opposed to interpretation. But we had a really good discussion, and I think in a way we were relatively unanimous, and there were actually some take-home messages from that meeting that we're going to then come to this meeting that A, it's not represented in these notes, and B, what we discussed isn't being presented. So I'm pretty the roadmap has not been clear to me during this process, and it's not getting clearer, it's getting fuzzier.
I want to add on to that, I'm right there with you on a lot of this. I just had that, I took away from our last meeting that there was a real desire and need to rethink monitoring functions and define. I didn't get that superintendent's interpretation had been defined. I left realizing that it was vague. And I left not entirely clear from the board how much you were authorizing your superintendent to move ahead with Vision 2020 and any adaptation. I wasn't clear on that. I'm going to be very blunt. When I saw the calendar up there and I saw, oh, here's all the fundamentals again, I'm thinking, my head went to, okay. So the outcome of our last conversation was that we're going to continue to employ the same methods of working with the fundamentals. Where I think one of the things you said last time was monitoring is important and it's a low bar. What's the best use of our time? What are the discussions we should be having that are strategic so that we do monitor and we are thinking, as you were talking about, where are we going? What's next? What's that? So I think one of the, and I don't want to take away here, but I'm responding as you talk because I think there's a lot of different feelings about what we've been doing the past few months. One of the conversations that we've had has been the fact that Vision 2020 isn't really owned by anybody. We like it, and there's nothing, it's all great. The fundamentals are fabulous. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And at the same time, in the way that you're monitoring, they do not really authorize your superintendent to prioritize. Because you're still saying, okay, but we're going to check on every one of these over the course of the year. So yes, we want to authorize you for your own interpretation and maybe do a deep dive and really focus on what are those 3 or 4 key things that you need to do to get B2020 into the classrooms. And at the same time, what you're holding her accountable for is the 36 indicators that, so that's maybe a very important discussion for you to have as a board. So there's that, the authorization that, and maybe mixed messages. I'm really stepping out here. So just, you can fire me, you can ask me to leave, and that's fine. But I also want to share with you my thinking. I think it would be irresponsible for me not to share it with you. And then this idea of ownership. Who owns Vision 2020? And if the people, we're talking about the board into the classroom, if you want that through line of this most important work you're doing, at some point you need to create engagement with your internal community and your external community. So I think those are some unsettled issues that haven't been decided.
But I think that's really the project management that has to happen around changing this. So we do have the list of things we want to do, and we're pretty intentional and focused about kind of going after them. And, you know, by picking some of these priorities, we come back and influence the calendar around it. So we haven't had this discussion that needs to be influencing the calendar. We haven't done this in, to use Brian's terms, deliberate fashion, which is about project managing this to action and conclusion, where action is a real change to, you know, the way we've been doing things. And I think that's what's been missing. I think we've had, as Ralph said, 10 hours worth of discussion around this, so that's informed us. And I think it's gotten us to the point where we can start making concrete actions, but we kind of have to lead this, and we've got to decide who's the leader. Does the leadership need to come from the board? It's fine. Does the leadership need to come from the superintendent? That's fine too, but I think that's the decision we have to make.
Well, it has to be aligned, everybody.
And then to be aligned, I think we also talked about connecting it up to the SIPs, which really are the boots on the ground, so to speak, and boots in the classroom, making things happen. And so there's a high value to saying, what do the SIPs want to do? Maybe that's where we should also focus. Is the board okay with that, or are we missing something in the SIPs? And
I am not getting that word, the SIPs?
SIPs.
Oh, the
School
the
improvement
SIPs, thank you.
plan. Yeah, sorry.
My brain wasn't
Yeah.
working that, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, so I took away from Tracy's time, so I'll return back and quiet down.
So, where have we made progress as a board? I've been frustrated. I don't necessarily feel like, I mean, we've made accomplishments of moving forward the work that is prescribed for us. But I don't really feel like we've made progress as a board, and maybe it's because this kind of work, as I've been told, is kind of messy and is about sort of throwing conversations out there and it feeling like we're not necessarily going anywhere, and that is part of the process. But as a results-oriented person, I feel like I haven't I'm still waiting to see how this will
Tangible.
Yeah, something more tangible. And then also in my position as president, I'm frustrated. I try to lead, and I don't feel like I'm being very effective. I mean, we get through our meetings, but I feel like we have conversations and we have conflict, and we do butt heads sometimes, and I'm feeling like I'm in the minority. And when I'm trying to step out and lead, I get a lot of pushback. So I don't, and I don't know if that's normal in this position to feel that way, but the process has not been as enjoyable as I'd like. So I don't know if that's because we need a better definition or decision or action around how this board is managed, or if it's just the way it is. I like that you said most creativity comes through conflict, because I feel like you quoted most creativity comes through conflict. I feel like when we have an event that brings something to the top, I want to be responsive, but then I get accused of being reactionary or paying attention to shiny objects. and following something that I feel like we're responding to our community, and that's ultimately who I feel responsible to as our community. So if they're bringing up issues of safety or diversity and they want a response, I want to give them one, and I don't want to wait till February to do that. So I would really like to have more deep conversations and deeper evaluation happen, because I feel like a lot of our board time in our board meetings is, taking care of the business of it, which is all fine and good. But if we really want to feel like we're making an impact, which I do want to feel like we're making an impact and moving some needles and making some progress and really feeling like people, students, families, community feel like we are being an effective board. I feel like right now we're just going through the motions of business, and while that's important, it's not really impactful. So people look at us as having this power, and I feel like we don't really have it if we're not doing something more than just running a business. So I would like to see, I'd like to see more special sessions where we can actually go into deeper conversations. I think it's hard to do that at the end of a board meeting, board reports, or even sometimes with one agenda item on a resolution. That if we're going to do strategic conversations, we need to actually have the strategic conversations and not just talk about how we're going to do it. And I don't know the answers to how we're going to get there, but I feel frustrated. So.
Kevin, I want to see if I heard you correctly. I'm going to go back to something you said earlier about, I think it has to do with your role as the board president. So that you don't always feel like you can put your voice out there as authentically and deeply, because you're also trying to manage the board and facilitate at the same time.
I didn't say that, but that's
Is that what you said?
I'll put my voice out there, but then I'll get pushback.
What does that look like for you, the pushback? And then, because here's what I think is really important about what you said, Tracy, is every one of your voices is really important. It doesn't mean that every decision is going to be loved by everybody. But there's a point at which when you are pushing back on another board member, it's really important to make sure that that board member is able to then continue in the conversation. But somehow you need some processes that you all take responsibility for, because when you have a board that's not being run by an outside facilitator, and most of the time you're on your own, if it is the board president who is responsible for making sure everybody's participating, and yet that is the individual who is getting pushed back, somebody else needs to take the responsibility to say, Tracy, where are you with this? And have we responded to your concerns, or are you okay with this? Because it's really hard when you're in the president's role to say, I'm that one voice of dissent. It's not really how that role works. So this is really important for you, because you're missing her voice, and if you feel like when you push back, it's just, it's gone, then you're missing some critical information and dialogue that needs to happen. That's something that you need to figure out as a group of five, how you navigate that. Nobody can come in and tell you what to do, because that person isn't going to be there.
Well, I'll just clarify that I feel heard, but I'm disagreed with. And so I can't change that. That's not my, maybe I could explain myself better. But it's,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm making sure my voice is heard. But whether my ideas land to my satisfaction is my policy.
I'm, again, hearing you correctly,
Can I
yes.
speak? I appreciate that, and I think there's three of us that have served as president, and it's a lot of work. You gotta do a ton of work, probably 4 times as much work as an individual board member, just facilitating the meeting, and depending on how controversial and not controversial, it is a lot more work if it's controversial to facilitate, and you spend your energies facilitating, and I think that's the #1 job as the board
Right.
president. And because of that, you end up, I think by definition, in a way, being the last person to weigh in on your own individual voice. So I guess I'm saying, been there, appreciate that. I also appreciate that this board in recent has rotated this position over time, which we don't have to, but having been president, I think I'm a better board member because of that. And I also think sometimes when you are president or mayor for a long time, you become somewhat isolated. So I think it's been a good practice, and I think I've been in that position. I've been a board president and voted 1 to 4 several times, and it's not fun because you're doing all the work, and you just feel pretty lonely sometimes.
Can I respond? I just directly to you, I want to hear more from you, and I would love for you to not always go last. Maybe that, I don't know if that's where you feel like because you're most comfortable or because of the president role. I don't know because I wasn't involved before. But I want to hear more. I think that we all have really unique positions, and like I said, I learn from what everybody says. And this is more of a question because I haven't had these roles, but I know that you guys meet with Donna to set agendas. For me, I would certainly think that those setting the agenda can kind of put on what they want. Obviously, don't want to do things that no one's interested in talking about it. But if you're interested in talking about it, or if one of us who's not president or vice president is interested in talking about a topic, we certainly can go to you and say, can you put this on the agenda? I'm also very frustrated with the way that we do board reports. I mean, to get a report about like the things that we've done in terms of other committees, I think it's really helpful and informative to let go at the very end of the meeting. But there's really no other place for a board member, unless it's on the agenda, to really start a discussion about a topic. So I'd like to see us do that. I mean, you want to talk about something, we should at least talk about it and learn about it. I think that's really important. And and just as a newer board member, I mean, at first I wouldn't really say much in board reports, and then I still don't say a whole lot of substantive things because it just feels like this is a weird place for that to happen, and it doesn't feel like it's a strategic place where there's then any action that comes out of it. So maybe it's looking at board reports, and we need another place where we actually can bring up issues that we can then kind of talk about whether or not we want to have a fuller discussion about in the future. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But that's been a frustrating thing for me. That it feels like when I said, like, I don't really feel like we're taking any action, it's because all we really do is respond to what's on the agenda. If it's not on the agenda, we don't do it. So.
But I will say that is public process. So this is how we let the community know what we'll talk about. This is how the community knows to come in and give public input. This is actually addresses one of Brian's complaints that things happen behind the scenes or at the last minute with no transparency. All bad things. When we focus on the agenda and stick to the agenda, public transparency, it's published Friday before, everybody can see it. They can see all the documents. It's kind of a really big deal for a board in public to operate this way. So not take away
I'm not-
from
I'm not
anything you said.
suggesting
I'm
we
just
don't-
saying that's
Yeah.
why it is.
No, and I'm
the
not
way it is.
suggesting we don't, I'm suggesting that we need another avenue to bring issues
And I
to
think-
the agenda so that it can be
And I
discussed.
think that is the two things you mentioned. One is to highlight to Tracy beforehand. The other one really is, I love it when it comes up in board reports. When Brian brought this up in board reports, he highlighted this was going to happen. It highlighted it to the public. It allowed him to give some kind of, more input as to why it was important. Allowed us to go back and have the next 2 weeks to think about it and come back with a more thoughtful discussion 2 weeks later, as well as Brian to go work with staff as needed to, get reviews of his documents and make sure it all worked out. So it's slower than these type of conversations, but in terms of like public transparency, I think it's very meaningful. I do agree with what Tracy said, that we could take some of this work if there are threads that we need to take offline, whether it's strategy or whether it was formulating the resolution and the mental health counselor documents. We did a special sessions for deeper discussion, and then come back to the main board meeting where it's kind of pro forma, we've done everything, and we just need to vote on it in public, but it gave opportunity for the public to weigh in. I think this is the way boards work. So we are slower. We have to be very strategic about what we can choose. So I will agree with Tracy. I felt kind of powerless on the problem of the day as president. It's completely disempowering because our next meeting is even 2 weeks later, and by then the problem has changed 7 times. But the good thing is, it's not for the board to work on the problem of the day. It really is the superintendent's deal, and the superintendent has to handle it. And he powwowed with the staff to figure out how to address the problem. And I don't think, as a board, we are slower. We have to be more deliberate. We have to be less specific to give latitude to good people to do their work. And I am good with that, actually. I think if we work and you appreciate that level, that you can't solve the problem of the day, even though that's what we hear at QFC and Starbucks, and that has to be handed over to Donna. And I think that is kind of a good place to be. But as president, we have a lot of power to kind of try and make things happen, and whether this is project manage something, whether for the superintendent search, it's clearly very easy. We all knew that was a problem. We were all united on that. It was very clearly the highest priority thing we had to do. We didn't have anything else. There were lots of other things going on, but we knew we had to do that. So it was very easy to get us working on lockstep on that. I think if we had 2 or 3 priorities that as a board we were focused on, and that didn't change for the period of 6 months, I think we'd be pretty deep in discussions on those 2 or 3 things. But if those 2 or 3 things are changing every 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months, I think we lose traction on that.
To Director Lurie's comment about feeling frustrated about not being able to have conversation during board report, you can tee it up though for the next meeting.
Sure.
And I don't know if it just takes one board member or it has to be seconded. I forget what the rule is.
This one?
Just one. That's pretty darn powerful.
Yeah.
You might have to wait 2 weeks. You can talk about anything you want. That's pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's that open public meeting that we're announcing to the public that's to be discussed, so that they can provide input before we start going down some bizarre rabbit hole. I think that's good.
And I will say, as president, I've had more people tee things up on me than I was able to tee up myself. So,
Yes. And then I think the other thing is, as the board president, when unique things come up and you hear complaints about stuff, you are in a powerless position. And that's the benefit of the 7 fundamentals that they reviewed, because they pretty much cover everything. And you can always, as the board president, say, we value this, last time we reviewed it here, and then it allows the board president not to get into the operational details and then pass that email concern to the superintendent, because we don't want the board president solving the problem.
So we kind of went out and we came back. So responding to you, Tracy, so I want to say, in my experience as a board president, and certainly I have not served in that capacity on this board, I had the benefit that I was ex officio. As the president and facilitator of those boards, I did not have a voice and I did not have a vote. Therefore, I could focus entirely on facilitating the meeting and making sure that everyone was heard. And so maybe that's a blind spot that we have, and I don't know how it could be corrected, but certainly worth researching. In those moments where you really need to use your voice, of having a mechanism, we know that you can turn facilitation over to the vice president, certainly in parliamentary procedure, to say, you know, I'm really going to get into this, and I can't be responsible for facilitating at this moment, and I need you to facilitate this discussion. At that same point, if it goes through the board, each of us in our own way would be familiar with how to facilitate, but it requires one of us being able to step out of that discussion and look at it higher. So I feel for you in trying to juggle those two things at once. And I don't know if it would be possible, because we do have the superintendent who serves ex officio as the secretary on the board, that some sort of policy, I don't know if this is, Ralph shaking his head, no, you don't do that.
Don't go there.
But in those specific moments when it is a deep conversation where we really just do need a referee who is going to be focused on simply facilitating equitably that discussion, that we have possibly a mechanism as a last resort we can use. Hopefully we don't need to use that, but there's a lot that goes with creating something like
So
that.
I was gonna suggest something like that, and either, but literally will say, I need to take my board president hat off for a few minutes and participate in this discussion in a different way, because it's important to me, and ask the VP to take over, or ask the board to take responsibility for facilitating itself. So, Tracy, what I hope you've heard is a lot of empathy and a real acknowledgement that they want more from you, not less. So when you really disagree, and I haven't seen you in those discussions, so I'm not speaking for you, but I want to encourage you to go deeper, and make sure that everybody is satisfied, that you really understand the why behind the dissent, if there's a low dissent. Also, there is a strategy I'm going to throw out to you that sometimes we think we're the only ones, but not always. So sometimes what I will ask the outside, as a facilitator, is like, is there anybody else that feels that way? And if there's one other person, then I'll ask you, I might ask you and Ralph to talk about among yourselves, just let us listen to you. And the three of you that don't agree, listen. And then you talk and you listen about what you heard. So it just splits the conversation a bit, but you have an opportunity to talk it through and really explain and share it with somebody else. Sometimes that allows a different level of understanding. So just, that's a strategy that you might pull out in a moment. If it feels like the only one that feels this way, say, am I the only one that feels this way? You might be surprised, there might be other voices. Yes, and then I want people to get to it.
So I wrote down a couple different things that kind of pulled from everyone's conversations that happened out. Another thing that I've noticed, and this is, I think came up in a couple people talking, is this sense that we're kind of on this moving train, that these fundamentals, and you mentioned it, these fundamentals are going, the schedule is set, and we're just bump from stop to stop to stop to stop. I've had a sense, both in observing the board and now serving on the board, that these meetings, public meetings, this doesn't feel that way because we're not in the studio and we don't have the cameras blatantly. We've got the little camcorder there and we don't have the panel over there and the microphones. And our regular meetings are highly produced, which is great for the public. It's great for transparency, but I think I feel pressure, I'll use an I statement. I feel the pressure to put on a mask and costume in public meetings, when in fact what I need to be doing is showing up, challenging ideas, asking questions, and putting action in place in those agendas where I think we should be going. And my first experience in doing that was with this experience with our resolution on school safety and the WASDA Legislative Assembly stuff of, so I need to get this on our agenda. How do I do this? All right, so I can either ask for it in the agenda approval in the beginning or wait till my board report. And then giving a heads up, because that's our general policy, is no surprises, of getting documents out as quickly as I could and me being queued up and ready to jump in and risk throwing something into the arena that can be shot down and isn't going to go anywhere, right? You put something out, and you're one of 5, and so unless somebody motions, or whether you motion and you need somebody to second, if that doesn't happen, you've taken a big risk of putting that out there. So I think we need to be braver, more courageous in putting those forward, those issues. But also, some districts and some of the conferences I've been to have talked about how they've stepped off the dais in front of the cameras and have just moved their meetings, regular meetings, down to a round table. Just say, yeah, this isn't studio time. I mean, we're all facing the camera neatly and well pressed. But moving that down to a round table and making it a real discussion and a real board meeting that just happens to be in public. And taking that production pressure off of it while maintaining transparency and clarity for the public. So I heard that, and that's one of my frustrations is how can I get something on the agenda? How do I push this forward? And I know that we've got to do these things, and these presentations need to happen for the public and extra questions, and sometimes we're asking questions for clarity of the public. But there have been 2 meetings that have happened recently where I really wanted to have a discussion and get into something, and we essentially ran out of time. And we had to shut down the meeting, and then I was like, gosh darn it though, this is my meeting. I am the director on this board. It's our meeting, 5 of us, and when one of us is bringing something forward that we think is important and we're derailed by the agenda, that we run out of time before we can find resolution. So understanding that this is the process and we set parameters of time, but also ensuring that we as the board have the opportunity to have those deep discussions without the clock being run down. And I'm aware of that too because in previous boards, I'm aware of how a clock can be run down before any meaningful discussion can happen, right? And so I would like to see the 5 on the board have more leverage in controlling the time within the meeting as opposed to really sitting and listening. And I think maybe you mentioned this as part of yours, Deborah. Our board reports come at the very, very end. So whatever time is left over is when we speak, and yet, but that's also how we manage our discussions during the meeting. So I don't know. So there was just that sense that our regular meetings are highly produced, and maybe by shifting that, shifting the environment slightly, could produce more meaningful meetings.
I just want to add to that. First of all, when I see a school board, where you're not even in a situation where you can look at each other, the idea of actually having a conversation is like, anyway, not like everything. And so I want to say that as somebody who has been on many boards, but has never been on a public school board, I'm always like, and I'm also going to say that it is not necessarily easy in many conversations, even without cameras and even without not facing each other, to be authentic. I'm gonna observe that in all of our meetings, our 10 hours together, it was up until about the last 45 minutes of our last meeting that I actually really heard you dialogue. Most of what I observed was more, I'm gonna put this out. And you moved sometime in that last meeting really talking. Dialogue is it's the way we think together. It is also one of the hardest skills to get good at. It takes a high level of trust and all that touchy-feely stuff. But it's how to move forward. So, we have not heard from Donna. I'm going to invite you to weigh in here before we move to where we're going with that.
I would like to advise all of you, remind all of you that it is your agenda. And there are ways, other formats that can be adjusted within the agenda. I've seen lots of different formats. I've seen board reports defined as board comments, and we put in the meeting at 2 times. Once near the beginning and once near the end. And frequently near the end, people will just say pass because they might have already addressed what they needed to address. And these are all options. The other piece that I noted that someone mentioned was what I've seen actually on an agenda is future agenda items, where it's just an ask. As you know, future agenda items, and frequently as superintendent, it's a reminder for me we need to have, this session or that session, every some days, but it could also be a future agenda item of addressing a specific policy or a specific concern as well. So there are ways to have the agenda set up and adjusted to meet the needs of this constituency, and I think that's important for you to remember that. And as I've worked as a superintendent, even as a superintendent, I've seen agenda format, for lack of a better term, be adjusted because of sometimes it's the way the policy is written, that the board president has that authority to adjust for what works well for them. And sometimes it's a board decision as to here's how we'd like the agenda to be set up for this year, and then you put it out in public, and here's how we're going to do it, and agreement can be made on it that way as well. So you do have some options to consider if that's a concern. How can we make our agenda serve our needs? Just really quick, another thing that where the public input is I don't like it. Because I feel like, people come and we wish that they would stay because to hear discussions, and people almost never do, unless there's a specific agenda item. But actually, even when there is a specific agenda item, they come say their piece and then go. And I think a big part of I think it's a problem everywhere, but it certainly happens in our community. The discussions of we want our kids to be safe, without having any idea all of the programs that, even though, it's in the fundamentals, it's in the fundamental reports, and I thought Tracy's email pointing out those things was excellent. But a lot of times I think that we can kind of, I don't want to say nip that, but no one's ever hearing from us. So, I like this thing about, why don't we do board comment before public input? And not necessarily that we're going on and on and on, but, it can address the topic of the day briefly in a comment way. And then, if I was the public and I've never done it on my own, but if I came in and did public comment, or public input, people are kind of waiting for a little bit of a response somewhere. And I get that it's our agenda, I totally get that, but sometimes it can be answered.
Can I address that?
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I think the city just recently changed their format a little bit, because they're getting a lot of people, public input about superintendent about a lot of concerns. And with the format they changed is they provided the city manager report for public input. So it could show that, you know, I don't mean to call out the city, but that the organization has been paying attention over the past 2 weeks, and we're on whatever that item of the day is. And I think in certain situations, that has been helpful. I don't know if it needs to be done all the time. I don't know if we've done that. We may have done that in the past when there's a highly inflammatory thing. Just, hey, before we have public input, just want to share what's going on. I get the idea of having the board comment on it, and I think the challenge is a lot of these things are operational. And for the board to
I like
comment
that.
on it,
Yeah.
it's not necessarily even appropriate, or it can undermine the superintendent. And in fact, it's a way to keep our superintendent accountable. I don't think we want to start stepping in for whatever happened on the bus. You've got to step in for that, and so do your employees.
I think I like that better, I mean, than us, because our stuff could be sort of random, and, you know, we also want to learn from what other people are saying. So, you know, I mean, like I said, something that lets the public know, I like that. Something that lets the public know, you know, we're talking about this, it's on our, you know, it's there in front of us, you know, the people who need to be working on it are working on it, because there's just, you know, there's the overall assumption that we don't do anything, and when that's just exactly the opposite. And I just want to, I mean, it gives more credibility to the people who are doing their work.
Sometimes we also pull forward agenda items that public have commented on, and we let them know after they're done with their comments, like we talked about next, right? I think Tracy's reorganized on the fly, just to allow people to stay for things. And then I think the other example would be that you schedule, for example, a safety review later on, just like I think we do something similar with diversity and all that too. But, you know, it takes time to prepare something holistic and covers everything. I don't think that's something you want to address on the fly. So if you do know somebody's coming in talking about the yearbook picture, it's hard to address that on the fly. It's much easier to take some time to work with staff, come up with something thoughtful around that, and a thoughtful response, and then have it reviewed by people and then send it out, as opposed to do it in the spur of the moment.
And sometimes I'll say, Donna, would you like to comment on that? And she'll say, no. Or she'll say, yes, actually, this.
It'll happen later. But I think there's been a general intent to respond to people, but we do it kind of on a little slower basis to allow good thought and diversity of opinion to go into that. I think that's also natural. I hate to respond to a tweet is happening sometimes, you know. So you know, I think kind of what we're doing is being thoughtful and sensitive, and I think most people appreciate that and don't respond in the spur of the moment, because then you're only reacting to one sort of source of input as well. And I think it's as board president too, it's tough to bite your tongue when you want to say something about it. And the other one you can respond to some of these is we've done this at board reports at the end of the meeting too, as another way to do it. And then you can send email to people, well, listen to the discussion that happened at board reports, and here's where the board behind them was type of work. Or if we have an agenda item that they missed, we can send an email about it too. So I think I'm okay with not doing spur of the moment responses.
I don't think our superintendent's comments are ever spur of the moment. And when they're, you know, an issue of the day, it's already been addressed in ways. So I'm not ever talking about just coming up with something like that.
It leads to looking highly produced, which it is. Our board meetings are highly produced. It leads to that because we do spend time outside of the board meeting figuring things out and then coming to speak.
But
We need to go towards casual dress Thursdays.
we don't discuss things outside.
Superintendent.
Right, that's why, I mean, I think it would be really helpful. helpful. I mean, I'd like to try as hearing superintendent's report. If she chooses to, you know, comment on something that's happening, that's her choice. But, you know, I think superintendent's report is really different than board comments or board report. I mean, I like what Ralph said about city manager addressing the issues first. You know, kind of puts out there like, you know, here's what's happening, and then if, like I said, an issue of the day, if she wants to address it again, like, I mean, I thought the communications, you know, about both school safety and yearbooks, I mean, I thought they were great. You know, sometimes just hearing the spoken word too goes a long way. But none of this is spur of the moment. I wouldn't ever suggest that someone be put in that position. And that's why when people come in with these random things on everything that I totally get, but there's no comment. I mean, I wouldn't expect there to be one.
So I'm going to suggest that there is some interest in looking at the way your board meetings are organized. Sometimes it might be sequencing, it might be placement. Is there a next step here? I want to make sure that we could probably spend another half an hour talking about this. So is there some interest in putting together a proposal to bring to the rest of the board on kind of a reshifting or shuffling board meeting around a little bit?
I'm happy to work on it, but I think I have at least experience with parliamentary procedure rules, so I don't know that I'm the right person to do that, but I'm happy to.
We can also try some things in the next, like hearing the feedback from today. We could try to make some adjustments in August and then get feedback on how that went. And
So you may have enough
monitor
feedback
and
already.
adjust try and take a few iterations to find the place that we want to.
So I have a suggestion to make, given the way in which you are operating in the community, is if you're going to change the structure of the board meeting, make sure everybody knows that in advance. Because surprises don't always feel trust. So Brian, then I'm going to call about a 5-minute body break and let people, and then we'll.
Before we go there, can I see that's super important that we can talk about this for a minute and then we can do final break?
Brian, and then give.
Yeah, no, I just want to say, as far as parliamentary procedure or any of that is concerned, so I think, yes, addressing how we function with our agendas and adding voice and bringing 5 voices to the front for our meeting, but I think as president and vice president, our leadership team, working with the superintendent, who also functions as secretary, giving maybe all of us, giving that team the power or the preference to try some things while being sensitive to public input and notification.
All right. Won't delay final break too long here, but the most important topic of the day, not really. Baseball, softball game coming up. We're like 2 weeks away. Do we have a field? Do we have a date? Do we have practices scheduled? And do we have a team?
No.
I have not heard of other dates. I will reach out.
Perfect.
I will do a second inquiry on that.
How are yourself?
Are we doing it after the school? Are we?
It potentially could be after summer celebration. That was one of the, that was heard quite loudly at our meeting that perhaps summer celebration might not be the optimal time for the game, and that perhaps it would be more towards when school starts.
Their staff's a little bit more involved with summer celebration than ours.
Probably.
They just can't take 2 hours off.
Okay.
I get it.
The next question, sorry,
No, no, no.
The next question on the table, and I need a bio break even if the rest of you don't, is what specifically we need to have done by 2 o'clock tonight, right? I want very concrete, something from everybody. I want to see where we are on that. I can certainly throw out some ideas, but I want to hear from each of you. So in 5 minutes, what specifically needs to be done by 2 o'clock tonight? That is our ending time. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay, you all got it figured out? What's our outcome today? You're good at starting first, Brian. You start first.
I'm sure, so looking at what had been planned, I would love to do at least some surface discussion, maybe truncated on our reading materials and time invested into that. And I have a sense of where it's leading us in what we're learning and discussing, but I think touching on that. Also, I'm going to throw out a suggestion towards the end. Would like to maybe a strategic goal for board development, professional development of the board over the next 6 months until our next retreat.
So you'd like to have one strategic goal for the board development?
Well, I want to lob something into the room that then we can move to the next meeting after the summer to discuss. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Deborah, what do you want done by 2 o'clock?
It's hard because I still struggle with, I don't want to sit at a board where all we're doing is, approving motions. I don't want to get in the weeds. And I don't know how to balance that with the work that we have to do. And then I don't know how we can get to doing things that are more meaningful. Then obviously approving budgets is really, really important. But it's not a whole lot of fun. It's certainly not very creative. And I don't know if maybe it is that we make a decision today to give direction to our superintendent for an action plan, her action plan. That's why I'm still at a loss. I still feel like I'm a rubber stamper, and that there isn't. I feel like a rubber stamper, and I don't know. I guess I'm still looking.
You feel like we're what?
A rubber stamper.
Oh, okay.
And that's all we do. We can bring up things and make resolutions, but that doesn't change anything. It doesn't add to anything. I want to be more than a rubber stamper. That didn't answer your question.
I think my favorite thing on the agenda is developing a governing theory of action and then implications for board.
I'd like to get concrete on how we start moving our strategy forward. Whether this is discussing, get concrete on discussion time for vision, missions, and fundamentals and how we want to update that. Get concrete on which fundamentals are we going to focus on. Have feedback from staff around how we'll like to change the superintendent's interpretation, and then feedback from the board as to how we would like to change the fundamental itself, and then see what happens in the school improvement plans as to how it gets down into the classroom. And I think it can start by, even if the board has a discussion on, are there 3 fundamentals we want to prioritize for this next upcoming 1 to 2 years.
Thank you. Huh?
Can I chime in?
Uh-huh,
Yeah.
your turn.
2020 is approaching. We talked about we need to revisit it. So I'd like to know what the revisit plan is. It seems like we have a great opportunity. We have a new superintendent, and we have fresh eyes on our school district. And it needs to be refreshed at a minimum. And I'd like to have the board kind of draw from that superintendent's expertise and observations to perhaps lead that refresh. That refresh could be, as Director D'Souza mentioned, picking off 1 or 2 or 3 of the fundamentals. It could be, instead of doing that, picking off the superintendent's interpretation or action, which could take what has been said in very broad terms on each one of these fundamentals, but focus it as an action plan on each one, so it's narrow, specific. It may be a 6-month, could be a year-long, could be a 3-year-long plan. It doesn't have to be an annual thing. So those are 2 approaches on a refresh. I think it's important for the board and the superintendent to know who's leading it, because that makes a difference. And if there's a facilitator involved, that facilitator needs to be working hand in hand with whoever is leading it. Right now, it's a little bit awkward. I actually don't even know who you're working with. So, and I think it's better to have kind of boundary definitions and stuff like that.
I mean, we're busy planning next year's work, so for myself and for staff, there's certainly, what's a theory of action, as Tracy used the words, or strategy in the immediate, which would be for next year.
I got that right off of the
Yeah,
agenda.
yep, and that's something we talked about. And that way, we've got a lot of work that we're doing, particularly in impacting students. And so, how do we continue that work? I think the big issue for me has been there's some really impactful work that we need to be doing, particularly with learning services in moving forward. And the big black hole continues to be professional development and how do we build that plan. However, doing that work and continuing the workload as described a little bit today in the compliance area, the fundamentals, becomes problematic in trying to manage all of that. So how do we, what's the direction that we need as staff in moving forward with developing things that we know are essential for moving our education system forward, multi-tiered systems of support, deeper learning, and if it still is maintaining the compliance that's in place, then we have to gauge our work accordingly. So kind of a little bit along reiterating what Ralph has said, what's the refresh going to look like, who's leading it, and if that's the work, then what is the other work going to look like?
You look like you're about to say
Well,
something, so I'm.
I think that's, I kind of said something, I think, at the end of the last meeting, and it probably wasn't that clear. To me, monitoring, for us to monitor what the work that the superintendent is actually doing is much more meaningful. I mean, when we, and having, that, what they're working on presented, rather than creating documents to present to us, which is what it feels like to me. And I would rather have them working on things that are impacting the students rather than working on things to report to us. And then I would want the reports of what's being worked on. I mean, our main job is to is to evaluate our superintendent, not tell her how to do her job, but to evaluate and determine whether or not it's a good fit. If we don't know the things that she's doing, we can't do our job. So I don't want to go through and approve, say that we're in compliance with Fundamental 1.
I want to go through and know what's happening, and the fundamentals getting addressed in that. So say she brings in professional development. What is happening? What are the actions that are happening? And what are the planned what's happening? What's happened? What's happening? And what are the next steps? And what fundamentals do those address? To me, that's how you put fundamentals in the classroom is by doing. But we're so high and abstract. It doesn't provide any meaning to me. So I hate to see balancing workload just to present fundamentals to the board. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
So I think what you're really getting at, Deborah, is this idea of the governing role. You're talking about the leverage points. And so I'm always going to say hold that. Don't lose that. Because I think what I'm seeing as progression this afternoon is that we don't want to lose completely the concepts that came in the homework you did in the reading. So I don't want a long discussion on that, but a chance for you to talk about implications that you think on the work today, which is, I think I pull it out as you need a direction forward, meaning are you going to prioritize the fundamentals? Are you going to authorize your superintendent to say, we're going to focus, do a deep dive on these areas in this next year or two? Who's going to decide which those are? And then move into your role as a board in terms of, I'm sorry, can you hear that?
Yeah.
It's turned off and I don't know why that happened.
Is that your phone?
Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
I apologize. It's the ringer's off, and what you're actually probably hearing is through my hearing aids.
Yeah, it's done now.
And, yeah, I know, so I turned it off on my watch. Anyway, I apologize, I don't know how to fix that one. So what I'd like to do, and I'm gonna just kind of check, is just do a brief kind of review of, pulled away from the text we read, the implications for governance, right? Move into a decision on what do you want to do about Vision 2020. You need to decide that. Are you going to prioritize? Are you going to refresh? Are you going to take it to the community? Are you going to make a decision within yourselves? Are you going to leave it as is? But we've been kind of meandering around this conversation for the last couple of minutes. I really would like you to have some clarity before you leave here on that. Yes, is that? And this idea of project management and a plan, okay, so how is that going to happen? We can't create the plan today, but we can decide how that plan gets created, right? And then moving into getting really clear about your role as a board. Now, does that mean you're setting a strategic goal for yourselves as a board? Does that mean you have a theory of action around what are the leverage points? One leverage point that sticks out hugely is resources. As a board, you can align your decisions with prioritization and focus, or you can resource things that will actually spread the resources further out. That's a board decision, that's a leverage point. And the goal here is that you are really aligned. So if you decide you want to prioritize, then your budget reflects that. Because if you tell the superintendent, I want you to prioritize, or it's okay for you to prioritize, and I'm still going to monitor everything, and by the way, I'm going to budget these, I'm going to resource these 5 new initiatives, you are sending really different messages. That's alignment, and that's what I'd like you to have as a tight governing structure. Okay? Yes? All right. So, you all did your homework? A short article and a long article. And they look at different aspects of the same basic idea that we went through. We read, we've done a fair amount of discussion on the idea of strategy, on prioritization, on coherence, on kind of focus. The Cullen article talks about focus and coherence, and Hattie talks about the distractions and how you can move off and get them. So two very different approaches to pretty much talking about the same thing. The study questions for you are kind of to look at both of them, comparing and contrasting, but really ultimately, what are the implications? What did you pull out of the reading that you think we ought to be really thinking about as a board as we think about Vision 2020 and where we go next? Ryan, you are always just ready to dive into a conversation, I can tell.
You see, I'm holding back.
You always need a conversation. It's not bad to have a conversation starter.
Excuse me for about 15, 20 minutes, I'll be back. Just something I cleared already. Yeah. Not really, Brian.
What assumptions do I think the authors were making, and why these assumptions make these studies more or less relevant to our school districts? So, I think the politics of distraction article was pretty relevant in the fact that we're in a high achievement district where we do have access to a lot of resources, not unlimited, but there are a lot of wants within the district that are very specific, and it's easy for us to be derailed at any moment from what we're trying to do. And I see that that's possibly a strength of our process of how we run meetings, that we've got this is how we monitor, and it moves in this fashion. So it's something that can be a strength and a weakness simultaneously. So our method of doing work in the district is very straightforward. It's a train track, and these are the stops, which keep us from getting too distracted, and yet it's stringent enough that we've spent much time today discussing two really important things, one being community safety, the other being inclusion and diversity and equity. And these two aspects are things that feed into every fundamental, every piece of our mission, and from board to classroom. So at which point is it not a distraction along the track, but rather something that we want to move into? Now, in coherence making, what I love about that is we've got, and you've said this several times, that we've got this brush stroke that's a mile wide and a quarter of an inch thick. And so by finding those overlapping aspects in our policies and our fundamentals and really driving that into a more condensed, coherent form, makes it easier for everyone in our district to understand it, for it to be clearer, for it to be placed, essentially to bring the essence of that, a coherent essence of that, into a poster that can go in every classroom, that is in there, that we can reference, and we know what these mean automatically because it's clear, it's concise, it's coherent, as opposed to all of these pages and pages of words that are beautiful and empowering words, and you're left wondering, so how,
And it's manageable.
what do I do with that? Yeah.
And it's manageable.
Yeah, to really bring it down. And then while I'm talking about what's come to us from stakeholders and from the public and what we're hearing and getting emails and phone calls about, which is about school safety and school culture and all of that, school climate, we also have our superintendent, who's our subject matter expert, who's saying, what's really going to make the biggest difference here is professional development, making sure that our educators in the classroom are the best educators they can possibly be. That best use of our money and focus of our money and budget is strategically developing those people who are in the classroom with those students, improving those scores. So I think both documents are trying to get to that. And it makes sense that the coherence making is very coherent and, 5 pages with pictures. That's very coherent, whereas this was really intense to get through. This is fundamental 2020, and I think this is the direction we should be heading as a district.
2025?
2025. And it doesn't even matter, it could be 2021. It's still 2020, it's the same policy number. But, yeah. We can change that.
Well, I hadn't really thought about it in terms of 2020, this is 2020, is that, these are Donna brought these. Did that enter your mind that way?
It didn't. I guess I have said more than once about a mile wide and an inch deep. You even took it to a quarter of an inch. The selection of coherence, and I will admit, I'd actually said to Harriet, 2 chapters from most of it. That's a little bit long. Let's
I said
just
too long.
go with the shorter, more concise article. This work of Hattie's has been something that has been really significant for me since I first saw it in 2015 as to in directing my work as a leader. What I love about the coherence is they do mesh together. You can see how, and I've been fortunate enough to have conversations more so with Fullen, who wrote the coherence making, versus Hattie. But one of my first questions with the folks who are responsible for coherence and much of this work was, how are you meshing this with Hattie's work and his meta-analysis? And they went, completely, that's exactly what we do. And they are starting to reference each other now in the work that they're doing as to how is it impacting students in the classroom. I haven't thought of it in short and long.
Well, I want to point something out about both of Poland. You may have heard of both of these guys. Poland's been around for a long time and is highly regarded. Hattie is very highly regarded right now because his research is mega data. He has so much empirical data that he brings that internationally, his stuff is really not disputed. It's not implemented very much because it's still, people are learning about it, but the credibility he has because he's got so much data and it's all reinforced. So that's on your list of strategic conversation criteria to make sure that you're really working from research. So what are some of the other things that you took away, and did you see it the same way as Brian?
Coming from a teacher education program that taught me a lot of the things that are in Hattie's document as being supported by evidence, it was disturbing to read, it was depressing to read, and I felt like it just fed into the mindset of there's not really a lot we can do to improve public education. And maybe
I didn't hear that.
there's not a lot we can do to improve public education. So, but maybe I need to read the follow-up, which is the what works best.
Yeah, that's
My plan was to send that to
So
everyone.
I was
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
what am I doing in this profession,
Yeah.
right? Like, all the things that I hold dearly are he's tearing apart and saying that because of these correlations, it doesn't work. And I'm like, well, I've been a teacher in a classroom, and I know for a fact that I'm more effective with 20 students than 30. And anyway, so I won't go into all the detail of why I didn't like it. But so it disturbed my status quo, which it can be healthy and so it's provocative. Thank you. The coherence making one, of course, was shorter, but I also felt like it was a lot of words, and maybe it was just my state of mind at the time I was reading it, that I was like having to go back and go, what did they just say? What did they just say? It was almost ironic that I found my reading of it to be a little bit incoherent. But when I was able to gather what they were trying to say, I'm like, well, that makes sense, but where's the action piece? Again, some sort of book, maybe, right? It's a chapter book. So there's more meaning to be digested to really make coherence.
I just wanted to respond, if I may, quickly to Tracy. So what I thought interesting in the politics of distraction is that he very much in the beginning, and then he circled back later, which, as a reminder, said that it's not that these interventions are not worthwhile. It's that they're in bite-sized pieces. So combining them together in groupings may have a significant
That's
thing,
right.
but pour all resources into simply one of them with such a low return on that, maybe is not where we should be focused. So, but all of them, all of your training, what he says, all of these are great interventions in tiny bites. They all work. But what we should be focused on, and especially at a board level, is where are we going to get the biggest return for that investment? And I think that's what the superintendent's been telling us.
So the coherence making didn't speak to me as much. I felt like that was more of an article for operations. It didn't speak to me in terms of what our work should be. It helps in understanding what educators are doing. And, I think in part, I would like to know specifically what's happening. I mean, what professional development, currently is happening, what are teacher communities, whatever clusters they do, what are they working on to address some of the issues. But in terms of making coherence, I mean, I like the points, but I didn't see how that applied too much to me. Which isn't actually a bad thing. I like that it's defining roles for me. I understand why you feel the way you did in terms of the politics of distraction. But what it really said to me, I mean, I think it comes back to, I liked the examples, and I liked that that it's, number one, showing that nothing's an easy fix, and it's and that numbers don't matter, but what are you doing with the numbers? So, you're a more effective teacher with 20 kids than 30. That's probably because you're teaching different. I think what his point was, if you're not teaching different, it's not effective to have a lower class size. So we know that, if you're, but that all goes down to teacher quality and effectiveness.
And teachers knowing what are the best pedagogies or instructional strategies they can be used interchangeably, and being able to evolve and adapt their teaching to the professional development and the training that they're receiving, because there are times when your expert teacher isn't necessarily your most experienced teacher, because perhaps they learned something in their higher ed program that someone else who came out of their higher ed program 20 years ago, that might not have been the best practice. A lot of Hattie's work is being touched on in higher ed programs, so they're looking at what are the best pedagogies. Same with,
But he said the teacher ed programs weren't making any
they're not
difference.
making, and maybe I'm speaking from my past work in California, because we were doing some of that work with some of the Cal State's systems. So, but it's work that we need to continue to do for all teachers. We all can learn to grow and expand and get better. Everyone can use coaches. I've referred to myself, and we talk about this all the time as a leadership team, that we're the lead learners in the system, and we're going to learn beside teachers as we engage in this work of what's going to have the most impact on our students.
What I really found meaningful in this is actually pointing out our incorrect assumptions about what helps kids learn. I think that's important for us to know. As people, community members, look, everybody's an expert on education because we all went to school, right? And this really refutes a lot of that with data. And so just to have this kind of in my head was helpful.
I think the two, they gelled well together. Politics distraction was a nice data analysis of what works what doesn't work. I like that, I like the way you measured it. I liked how he talked about, while you may have a certain achievement level, the variance might be high, so not everybody is benefiting, and how do you think about those improvements and issues? The coherence making, valuable, I think, for board members to realize how deep we have to go to have impact and change. It's not something you can change overnight. It does take resources like new curriculum, teacher development, coaches, ongoing work to have effect and have benefit and to have measurement and connection into the classroom. I thought all that was great. I think it comes back to board members in terms of suggesting, hey, we're spending money on all these different things, whether it's curriculum, programs, coaching, teacher development, extra days for them. How do, as a board and as a community, do we want to get value for this? Is this because we're focusing on a certain set of things? Social, emotional learning, diversity, and what do we want to spend that money on? Education for the diversity space, the idea of equity TOSAs sounded very interesting, or diversity TOSAs sounded very interesting. And these are now board decisions that could be done, or strategy decisions that could be made, that we say we focus on these things at the expense of these other things, so that we can go deep. We can have meaningful conversations about what data do we want to measure to make sure it's impacting in the classroom, and that it's generating the right types of changes in the classroom that we want. And we've got budget to spend on these type of things. If we so decide as a board, we don't have to decide it all goes on one thing. It could go on a couple of these different things that we feel are important. But I think it gives, the two things it says to me is, one, board needs to prioritize. We need to be in agreement with our superintendent around that. Two, that the whole system has to be working. We can't let any piece of it fail, but we do know where we want to see successes in an outsized way. And then I think, three, we need to be thoughtful and give it time to succeed and come to fruition. And I think that's very empowering.
That takes patience. It can be tricky because sometimes people want the action and they want it now, and it takes patience, particularly because it involves people. And that change can be slow.
And a deep system, not only the teachers, the administrators, the teachers, and then finally the students, and probably the parents too, to appreciate that this is our focus.
Yes, it's a lot easier to implement something with wins and short-term and technical that people can say, oh yeah, and everybody feels successful. And as soon as you stop doing that and you move on to the next thing, it goes away. So that depth that I think is suggested in Boland's article, that whatever we do, it has to be systemic and it has to touch. I think that was one of the points of the distraction article, is that taken individually, there's not a lot of data that says you make much difference when done individually, that they become, you're not going to get rid of curriculum. What has to happen in concert? What does that system look like? And so I'm going to move us into just a really open question, but I want to know what you want to do with Vision 2020.
So this came up from somebody who also mentioned it to me, that no way do we mention in Vision 2020 college readiness for kids.
Is what?
College readiness. Are we, 95, 98% of our kids go to college? I suspect it was intentional.
It was very intentional.
And
I think a big piece of it was looking at Bellevue's mission and vision statement, I don't remember which one it was, which basically says all they're gonna do is prepare kids for college. And they were reacting to that, and so wanted to make sure that we realized we were preparing kids for whatever life they chose. And so did not specifically say college readiness,
And, you know,
which is just history.
I get that, but the evidence now suggests we're all heading to college. All our kids are heading to college.
Not all.
98% is what I just heard.
But that's not all.
But that's,
It's a super majority.
that's deserving of, you know, college readiness being kind of a key piece of that, though. That's where 98%. I mean, I don't think Bellevue says college readiness, and it might be less heading to college in Bellevue.
Maybe it's because they have it in their mission statement. So maybe we're so successful because we don't. I don't think it's gonna make a difference if we have that language in there or not. I think what happens below that vision statement is what's important.
No, I think
We're never gonna, not try to prepare students for college. But we also need to talk about preparing them for whatever path it is. And it's not just about college, it's beyond college. It's life outside of college too. So I think I really like that it's preparing students for the world. That may include college for most of them.
I guess I'm throwing it out for debate. I guess I wasn't looking for the debate right now.
Oh, okay.
But that would be one example that we don't cover. I think we could go through each one of the fundamentals and, you know, how does teacher development pop up in this fundamentals? We're very student focused and not administrative focused, not staff and administration focused in this as well. So that could be another thought as to how we want to rethink the fundamentals. You know, as if we did pick college over life skills, I think we would have some differences here emerging from our fundamentals. I don't think we teach personal finance, for example, to every student, which if we were life skills oriented, we would. If we're college oriented, we don't. Subjects that bridge both gaps, computer science, appears nowhere really in our fundamentals right now. We talk about technology, but not computer science. We talk about foreign languages, which is very college-centric, but not necessarily life skills-centric. So I think there are certain things like that we're dysfunctional for having not picked. And then even what it means towards staff, you know, as we start thinking about staff development, we talked about PhDs last time. If we were focused on college, focused on, that might be an interesting characteristic to have. Also, more diverse staff might be more interesting characteristic to have in our fundamentals too. So those could all be up for debate. Even picking 2 or 3 fundamentals and debating 2 or 3 fundamentals as to how we want to evolve it, how we want to spend some of our budget on that, you know, whether it be development curriculum or any number of knobs we can control with that money other than just stuff. Yeah, lots of opportunities and incentives. You know, we talked about incentives for years in service, but we could also offer incentives for other types of diversity too that we want to bring into our staff mix from this. And this all would pop out from our fundamentals.
Having a deeper dive into what's there and does it still meet the need and
Meet the needs,
what are some
yeah.
factors that might
Yeah.
change them, so to speak.
And if we update our vision and mission in some ways, it might change the superintendent's interpretation or even the way we view some of these fundamentals.
Are you suggesting that an area of conversation, engagement should be around whether the mission and vision is should say or be adapted.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I agree that we should revisit or revision.
Do a revision and the vision.
Do a revision.
How
Of
do
the
the rest of you feel
fundamentals?
about that?
Of the
We'll start with the
vision.
vision and mission.
Mission and vision, yeah.
Mission, vision, yeah. Vision. But I also feel that way about the rest of it.
You feel
I feel that way about the rest of the document too, the values and the fundamentals that we should,
They should be visited
they
as
should
well.
be revisited.
Well, that's a big opener, so loving to hear from Deborah and Brian. Do you want to open, kind of revisit the whole document? Or, so where are you on that?
Do you want to go first? Or? Okay. I want to check. I don't want
Thank
to
you.
assume. Yeah, I think for me, we're standing at the precipice of an abyss. We're looking into the abyss, and we're saying, okay. So, also, it's like home repair. You know, I want to fix the baseboard in the bathroom because it's been loose, but I know if I pull it off, there's a chance I'm going to find like black mold or something, at which point I'm going to have to rip out the walls, and then it goes into the plumbing, and I know that's what's going to happen the moment we crack open 2020. This isn't a simple job at all.
Well, we have until 2020.
Yes, that's true. That's 2 years. But, so yeah, no, I think where to start that process is kind of where I'm at. Do we start small with a group discussion, as Dave suggested, looking at the vision and the mission statements and saying that, does this still fit what we as a board thinks is appropriate? And then how do we have that discussion with stakeholders? And that's the baseboard portion of it. But the moment we step into that broader engagement, I think we all know how that's going to go because we have so many stakeholders who are so passionate about education, which is why we're a successful school district. So, but it's not a simple process.
Right, so I'll give you some information after we hear from Deborah, and then I will give you information to talk about.
But I wanted to say, tag on to that. One thing that came out of the politics of distraction for me, and I think this feeds into something that David was just talking about whether we have college readiness as a part of that vision or mission, or what that is. Something that kept circling around in the politics of distraction was that so much of our education process goes towards memorizing data. The kid's ability to regurgitate data and data points, and this is a horse, and this is how much the average horse weighs, and how many teeth, and the lifespan, and all of that. Whereas for us in this district, and for me personally, I lean into like Fundamental 5, which talks about cultivate and foster thinking and process skills. Whether they're headed to college, a technical school, or they're going to head off the road into the arts or some as an entrepreneur, if we're teaching philosophy, if we're teaching cognitive skills, if we're teaching them how to think and question and research and find their answers and where they stand and be able to present that with a strong voice, then for me, that's the hope of education for every child, that we give them that bedrock of skills and ability that regardless of where they go or are able to go, because sometimes it's a financial issue that they can't go to college or university. There are so many roadblocks that no matter where that twist or turn takes them, the economy collapses, they've got that bedrock that they can stand on with hopefulness and imagination and spirit to tackle it, as opposed to many of our students coming out with this huge bag of data that they have and not really sure how to utilize that in a world that's really shifting on them, which leads to hopelessness and helplessness and haplessness and depression and all this sort of stuff. So I don't know. I think in that sense of maybe trying to figure out where we sit on that and then open that to the community to see where they sit. I think we've got many years of data that indicates to us where the community sits on many of these issues, and it's very diverse as to.
Well, that will be our job, is to listen and bring it together and then funnel it. I think that's great.
Have anything for Deborah before we get into the how?
I have mixed feelings. I certainly think it's worthwhile looking at, and going through and making sure it is still relevant and appropriate for what we're doing today. We're just talking about mission and values, or vision?
We're talking
It was
about.
the entire
the
document.
whole
The whole thing, okay, the whole thing. Then,
You're talking secret about what you want.
okay.
Like, scope is the whole thing. Yeah.
To me, it matters more what we do with it. I think that's why I'm struggling. If it matters more how it's being interpreted and how it is impacting our students. If, I don't, when, in looking at these, like I keep saying, they pretty much encompass everything. So I don't really see a need to change something that encompasses everything. And I think that that's actually good about the fundamentals. What I want to be looking at is what's actually happening, and making sure that we're hitting those points, or hitting the points of the fundamentals. So, like I said, I'm happy to look at it. People spend what, years, months, hundreds of hours on this stuff, and I think they're good. I like that they're not too specific in that sense, because it doesn't exclude people. I like that one of them also is, I like 4 that it says who can choose to pursue academic passions. That's college. That's higher education. That's exactly what that means, without having to pigeonhole in case someone wants to go to technical school or theater school or do something else in that way. And then, I often talk about, when I'm talking about my own education, is I got out of high school and, I did fine. It was pretty easy, so I wasn't really challenged. It's not like I got straight A's, but it wasn't that challenging. What I learned in college is how to think, and then obviously even more in law school. And I think, I totally agree with Brian that, now when my daughter asks a question, I'm like, go look it up. And it's not, I've noticed that teaching is not as much, at least, about, obviously there's still facts to learn, but it's not this rote memorization that it used to be. And I think we addressed that. So I guess my point is I'm not really sure. Because, I'm happy to look at it. I don't know that I would suggest changes, but I absolutely suggest changes in what we do with them.
So let me throw out.
So once again, I'm not answering
a
your
couple
question.
things for you. One of the reasons this conversation came up in the first place, not just because we're getting to 2020, but because there was a need expressed by the staff, superintendent and her staff, that say we're trying to cover too much, and therefore we're not really getting done what we think needs to get done. So that was one of the reasons that we brought you some various things to read about, such as the PELP framework, where we're saying you need a strategy. You need to be able to focus in on 3 or 4 or 5 key things that really allow you to prioritize and get it done, and get it done well. So that answers your question, is like, what do we do with these? So that's one thing that we've been talking about, and that's one reason this conversation has come to the table. Another has to do with the fact that, yes, hours and hours and hours and hours were spent developing these, and they encompass everything. And you may ultimately decide that nothing on here changes in terms of what you want for students. At the end of the day, they need all this. nothing wrong with that. And we've also talked about the fact that when you talk to teachers in the classroom, or you talk to someone in the community, they don't necessarily know what's important, except that our kids achieve really well. But in terms of really being able to all get together, hone in, we're all learning this stuff because we're trying to do this. So there's two things. So there's that, but then there's the idea that people don't own these. I guess that's where I was going. So the idea that, yes, you all have ultimate responsibility for setting the vision, setting the mission. One of the challenges though is that if you are also the ones having the conversations, then it's hard to explain. When you engage people in what's important to them in the community, and you have said you have a community that's really engaged, right? So they want to be engaged. You don't want to turn over decisions to anyone else that you're not willing to let go of. Right? That's always the first thing when I work with a system. It's like, figure out what's negotiable and what isn't, and don't ever give away anything that's not negotiable, or you will set yourself up and everybody else for a trust issue. But you want people to own whatever it is you're doing. So there are advantages in the long run in terms of community ownership and motivation, and again, authorization. We talked about that in terms of you to Donna. There's also authorization by your community to prioritize, to say, yeah, these are the 3 most important things for us as Mercer Island community that we think need to happen, and everybody agrees. Not everybody. Sometimes there are outliers, but you get this momentum and you get the authorization. There are a lot of different ways in which you can do that. The point is that you have a very, very controlled, open process. And that's, you got a polarity in there, but it's very controlled and it's very process oriented. You don't leave anything to get off on a tandem, because that's where it gets kind of spinned out of control, especially when you have a really involved community. So there are a lot of different ways to do that. If you direct that, you need to expand your team for the purposes of a kind of a revisioning or a strategic planning process, or whatever you decide to call it. And you probably need to name it in something that makes sense to you, and then define that name. Who wants to bring wrap up to date on what we're talking about?
Or I can just watch the videotape.
What do you think we're talking about?
I'm not gonna guess.
So we're talking about the Vision 2020 and the mission statement. And we went around and talked about whether we as individuals thought that we should revisit it. There's some definite enthusiasm for it, and also some reservations about it. A base board was the term we used, or a can of worms could be used. Of then how much are we going to adjust? And I think that's a risk I'm willing to take. I appreciate your comments about the framing it in a way that we get community input, but we're still owning this process and this document because it's a policy.
So the question is revisiting it just a little bit or a lot?
Well, I think we need to start the conversation by saying we're going to revisit it. And in that conversation, not here, we're gonna decide how much, what the scope is. And then as we dig into it, we may, like you said, it may take a while, and it's like we got till 2020. We've got some time, but it may end up, it may end up going on for longer, but I think we need to at least start the process. And if we decide, like Harriet said, if we decide we don't want to make any adjustments except for a typo or something, then that's okay too. But at least we're taking ownership of it, by saying we are not just editing this document, we're really revisiting it and deciding if it's still as relevant as it was several years ago. And I know we've edited it on all the layers.
So I would add to that Deborah's point, which was that we were interested in more than just revisiting components here, but in figuring out, and I'm gonna just say it's strategy or somehow, right? How to, did I get that right?
Because these fundamentals address everything, I wanna know, how is it impacting in the?
Our students was what I.
Okay, thank you, I don't remember what
How
I
is,
said.
how is it impacting our students? Because it encompassed everything, what's actually happening.
Right. And, you know, I mean, I think an interesting point about having a conversation is, you know, maybe we'll get to the place where, like, you know, this is good and broad and still relevant. And what we want community input on is, you know, what are your 3 priorities for the district for the next 2 years?
And I think Tracy's other point was we would own it. We would feel a sense of ownership around it that maybe we are a little disconnected from right now. I did want to bring Fred in. Fred might have had some comments here too, if that's okay with Ralph, before you speak. Fred?
Wherever you go with looking at the vision, you know, obviously, we're here to help support you through that process and provide you with whatever you need. As we sit here on June 28th, I think the system, and Donna and I have had a lot of conversations about this, and Jennifer and myself, but I think the system is really hungry and has been somewhat starved of where should we put the most emphasis. Your 7 fundamentals,
Focus.
and when I say yours, I think that's the highlight of the problem that you were surfacing and that you had surfaced. Another one is they're more yours than they are everyone's, and that's because I think everyone's been chasing 7 rather than where should be the most focused priority for the system. As PD dollars have dried up, now we're looking at expanding that program again, saying we can't afford not to expand that program and really say that that is what students are going to get more of indirectly. The teachers are going to get most of it, and the paraprofessionals, but the students are going to benefit most hopefully in the end. So the degree to which you decide that you're going to look at the vision, and I agree that's going to be a big lift, it's going to take a long time. The degree to which you can give Donna, and then it'll come to me too, direction about, you know what, like you spent a lot of time this morning talking about the equity piece and safety, that's all fundamental 3. So the degree to fundamental 3 is really important because that's where our kids are going to really feel better in the classroom and then be able to be global thinkers. If that's the direction to go, that would be helpful for all of us, because what we've been giving you is certainly information about how the students are doing, to your point, Deborah, but Jennifer shared with me the asset survey data from year 2000 the other day. She was going through her files. 1999. There were about 21, at that point it was the average student in Mercer High School had 21 assets of the 40. We just took it again and we just got it back and it's like 19.6. So in 20 years, students have no more or no less. So we keep giving you data too, and I think it's odd when we report to you and say, the data really hasn't changed over the last 5 years. Which is good, it's not going backward, but it's not getting better, and I think that's partly because we haven't been focused on something. So when everyone's in charge, no one's in charge, and when everything's important, nothing's important. Or it's all important, but we can only get to a certain amount. So the degree to which you can narrow in on some of those things and set us free to be able to deliver and bring you along and provide you with more meaningful reports that you're thirsty for too, and engage, I think is only going to make us healthier and being able to actually move the needle somewhere versus trying to move it everywhere all at one time, and then people don't know what I should do best. Because then it's also hard for us to say, well, the elementaries are working here, so learning services trying to help them, and middle school's off on this, and high school's off on this, and they will still do that, because they're leaders and entrepreneurial, and they want their school, but it could be more cohesive, so I'll stop.
We've clearly heard from particularly our instructional leadership team of what's the district focus. And so they felt very tenuous with that. And when you talk about the SIBs, that will impact their work dramatically, because I do believe that the school improvement plans are what's driving the work in the classroom, because that's a very collaborative process. Do I feel that the fundamentals are driven into the classroom and impacting the classroom? Not as much, because it's just so much that it's difficult to, as Fred, just to reiterate what Fred said, it's difficult to figure out which should I be focusing on.
Any other comments that I haven't had a chance to hear from Brian or David in terms of, you feel what's been said is pretty balanced with the conversation?
That's it, pretty balanced.
So we're waiting for you to cross this sign and go.
Well, I'm not going to change in general. I think everybody's heard me talk about this. And, I'll add a couple things. I mean, we have very money, which is just pretty amazing. And if we ever wanted to increase the program, this would be the time to do it. And we're doing it with instructional coaching and professional development. Is there anything else missing out there? Because there ain't going to be another better time to do it than when there's more money in the system. Whether it's computer science, whether it's Saley, another thing that's a different point. I was going to say Micah. No, I'm not. Yeah, that's it. But that's why I chose not to. I was just throwing that out. But there's a lot of different. This is the time to increase program. And if we don't increase program, we know where the money's all going to go.
So are you saying that last in July?
If we don't increase program, do what?
We know where the money's going to go.
Where's the money going?
That's all I'm going to say on that. So, I think those fundamentals, the 7 fundamentals, have saved us many times. And I understand there's a lot of reporting requirements on that, but they're all important. And I don't know what the next hot issue is going to be next month, but the fact that we do get reports on the holistic approach towards children's education certainly helps us respond when an individual drops the ball in the system and there's a mistake made. Because that's always going to happen. But as long as we're looking at everything holistically, it's important. And when I look at academic research, it's the flavor of the month. It's always moving around, So we could go towards the flavor of the month, but I'm one that when I read a book on something, I get 50-60%, but I'm not all in because there's a lot of amazing other research and techniques done in the past. So it's a pendulum thing. So you guys heard me. I'm kind of more of a fan of letting the superintendent choose her emphasis based on her expertise and observations of the district of what she thinks we need. And you've definitely heard what our priorities are when we talked the first thing, social emotional learning and some others. And take that opportunity to rewrite the superintendent interpretation action plan on each one of those three. And you can be more focused on it at the expense of throwing out some things, I guess.
So one of the things we talked about was,
But it doesn't sound like that's resonating much because it just sounds like the work involved in preparing all these fundamentals is a tremendous amount of work. And it's tough to keep that going, meanwhile focusing on new improvement. Is that interpretation?
That's a big one. Go ahead.
I think it's more of the
to use a catchphrase, you get back what you emphasize, and because we're emphasizing everything, it leads to a lack of focus, so it makes it very difficult. We want to educate the whole child, and fundamentals absolutely address that, but are they impacting at the student level is what is very difficult to determine because everything's so broad.
Now, of the 7, could you figure out a way on each one of those 7 make the impact? You kind of look it up.
I'd have to dive deeper into your question.
Yeah, of like each one of our fundamentals, we're pretty broad, but then like one particular aspect of that fundamental, say this would be a good thing to interject into the classroom and to emphasize in this district.
But your fundamentals are 3 different things. You've got instruction is important, you've got curriculum is important, then you've got 5 fundamentals that all talk about student outcome. So a couple of them are strategy and 5 of them are impact. That's one of the reasons it's hard to, they're different things you're measuring. So
I think once upon a, sorry, I just cut you off. I think the president and I just cut off. Go ahead.
Great opportunity. I just wanted to come back to one of the questions that was raised maybe when you were gone, was who leads the refresh? And we haven't necessarily addressed that, but we were talking as a board, and what I hear from staff and the superintendent is they are looking to us for direction, and I feel like it's a completely appropriate thing for us to take the lead on this. And we've talked about not wanting to be a rubber stamp or just a daily business board. This is an opportunity to lead on something and take ownership of our guiding document and making sure that it's got all of our stamp of approval before we move forward with deciding what would be the next program, because we need to also figure out if we want to prioritize fundamentals, if we end up changing the fundamentals at all. Say we don't, but say then we want to prioritize them, or we look to staff to say, and we need input. We want input from you. Look to the community. We want input from you. And then as a board say, okay, here's what we're hearing, here's what we think. And maybe it's a rolling priority. Maybe it's for the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to focus on these 3, but we don't want those other ones to go away, because obviously we still need to do fundamental 2. There's no getting around that, but that's going to be a steady, pay attention to that, but these other ones become just a focus, potentially.
And I think the OEs got to this point at one time, which is probably why it evolved into the level 0, level 1, and level 2. Is because I think the OEs got to a point where they have been, I mean, and so you could think about that model, because I don't disagree. There are times when a community member is giving high pressure to us around a specific issue, and we can just go to one of the fundamental reports, pull out stuff, and it's already done. And so the fact that we have some of that data already pulled is helpful. I wouldn't deny that one bit, but perhaps you could use that same level 0, level 1, level 2 ideas to say our fundamentals, we're going to have different levels. And in the 2018, 19, and 19, 20 year, we're going to want more of a level 2 on fundamental blank and blank. And then you can kind of prioritize it out to say, in a couple years down the road, we think we're going to want to shift it here. And that can always move, but that would signal to us, where are we putting our attention most? And we'll certainly revisit each of them, but the report will just be different. It won't be as robust from one. So you could use that. That's one thing that evolved out.
So the data will still be collected.
Yeah, a lot of the data isn't that hard to pull except for 1 and 2.
So, that makes sense. One thing I'm a little bit surprised by was tossing the potato toss, the hot potato. I would have thought you'd want to embrace this, that being the subject matter experts. Because the next iteration is for us to take this thing and then lob it to the community. And I think we had this discussion in the first meeting or second meeting. Are we gonna lead this, or is it community-led? And you just leave it to the community, that you get an interesting output too. So,
Politics of distraction says don't leave it to the community.
I didn't hear that.
This article says don't leave it to the community. It's not a community vote, it's a settling.
Right.
Right.
and I don't think we don't want to just do an open-ended thing to the community. I think we have
We
to
want to be
also now-
focused.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what Harriet was advising, was to don't give up what you have control over, but you can ask for input and put a framework around it that says specifically what you want input on.
Yeah. But I guess I'm just
Give up the control.
thinking this is an amazing growth opportunity that the administration would have been taking this opportunity to say, these are things we'd really like to focus on. And to really move the needle. Because you guys are doing this is your full-time job. And just to throw it to us, be careful what you do, because, and we don't have the benefit of seeing what you guys do, or the training, or the experience. And
I don't see it as throwing it to us, I see it as honoring our role as a board. You guys can clarify it. But-
Well, I'm gonna play the pushback a little bit, that you are saying you're still going to evaluate her on all the fundamentals. You want to continue to monitor those, although you're saying, go ahead and pick some and prioritize those. And
no, I understand. We'd have to ratchet down the ones.
so, and that's the discussion that we've kind of gone back and forth with, is, okay, we could prioritize those, or, I think one of the things that you will need to decide as a board is, do you want to give a directive to Donna that says, please come back to us with a recommendation of what should be prioritized, or if you were deciding what a strategy would be, what would you do this next year? What do you want a recommendation, I guess is what I'm saying. I think they have said over and over again for the last couple of meetings that we can continue to fulfill the monitoring function, and, but we can't do that and do this and this too. So you get to choose that. So I don't know, Brian, this is very helpful to know that you wanted to say.
Yeah. No, I want you to finish your thought, but I just.
Well, I guess that, I had heard a lot of different, desires, and at some point you have to say, we want a recommendation, or we're gonna choose it ourselves, or we're gonna plan a process ourselves, or come to us with a process. You need to decide how much engagement you want with the community, what you want input on, and what role you want the administration to play, I guess is what I'm saying. I think that would be my last one.
So you're looking for someone to kick the can the first time, or not kick the can, but grab the ball and throw it, to take action. So
Into
I'll
the
go
abyss.
first, because that's
Into
my
the abyss.
abyss. So two things that have come up in the last 6 months that are ongoing things, but have really been present for us in the last 6 months, deal with structure or scaffolding and environment. One is the safety in our schools, our structures, the environments, the buildings, the age of the buildings, all of that. And how that ties into safety and the thought of safety for our students. The other one is environment. So when we talk about diversity and inclusion and engagement and that and bullying and that climate for our students within that scaffolding, that structure of the buildings. So for me, those are two things that are right here on our plate. We're already discussing them, and I think we have a month off in July. We come back in August, and we begin the work of next year. So maybe I'll throw this out as an actionable item, that maybe we sit in and we think of those two items, if that works for folks on the board, that we think about how how maybe those items we're really pressing right now fit into our fundamentals and into the 2020 policy, and whether it's worth it to us to focus on that. Equally, we're hearing from the superintendent, have several times now, heard from the superintendent, central administration, that professional development for our educators is incredibly important. It's present in the politics of distraction and all of that, that if we're going to make an investment, then making sure that our educators in the classrooms, our paraeducators and those supports are the best trained and have the tools and resources that they need, that's going to give us the biggest outcome for every student possible. I think we've heard Donna say that several times, Superintendent Philosophy several times, as well as the central administration staff. I think we can hear that and say, yeah, show us what that looks like. Show us if that is your priority. But we've got this July moment for you to establish how you want to present that. And the third thing is, and I'm going to put an Easter egg in at the very end of our meeting here, is that it's really easy for any member of the public who are not really here right now to reach out to the board. And we can be contacted at board@mercerislandschools.org. And so if the public is paying attention, per my request 2 of these meetings ago, when I said, this is wishy-washy and we haven't really said we're heading in a direction, then we corrected that. We've made it very clear now in our board meetings, our public meetings, we're moving in this direction of addressing 2020. So maybe if people are really engaged and watching, they can send us over this next week or over the month of July a message to board@mercerislandschools.org. It's just 2 words if they want. I'm listening. I'm watching. I'm paying attention. 3 words. That says that this process and being on camera and recorded, that they are engaged in this, because we now give an ample opportunity for any public entity, advocacy group, private individual and citizen, any stakeholder, to be observing and ready to give input. So here's the Easter egg. Here's the invitation directly to the camera saying, let us know that you're there paying attention. And if we don't hear from anyone in the next month, then that gives us a good sense of who's paying attention, and willing to take action. For me, I'm ready to move forward to ensure that every student is getting the best education that we can provide, and to focusing in the work that we're doing. I hear, as an individual, as a board member, I hear what the superintendent is saying and what I'm hearing from administration, is that this is too broad, too thin, that they want to be able to take our limited resources and materials and focus it into the space that is going to provide the biggest impact for every student. So I'm ready to head there. For me, personally, that's the structure or scaffolding, and then the environment and the climate of the student experience. And then I also want to hear, would like to hear at the end of the summer, from the superintendent and staff, what is the best way to get the best outcomes from that? Because you're the subject matter experts, and so we have the readings, we have these things, and I feel as if I'm being led in a direction that it's waiting for me to find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I think you've had it there for us the whole time. So now, how do you want to do that, and how would you like to attack that? Now, this is just me. And then, again, that open invitation I just made to members of our community and stakeholders, let us know that you're paying attention, that you want to have a voice in this.
So I'm hearing a theory of action, I think. I think I'm hearing a theory of action around the best way to implement what you have right now, Vision 2020, is that safety, whatever that one is, okay? So if that's a focus on safety, a focus on environment, and a focus on professional development, developing the capacity of our staff, those are 3 areas that you think will give you the biggest bang for the buck. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to paint a different picture, if I can. Safety, environment, and professional development. Environment, we have teed up as over 2 years, we've done the demographic study, just specifically to open up the conversation about facilities. There is somebody engaged right now, I'm looking at our superintendent, who's doing the facility analysis, and we're going to get a report on that. That, to me, is a political decision if or when any board or this board wants to go forward on a bond in the future. I'm not saying now, I'm not saying this, but whenever. It's a political decision. I think it's best owned by the board and not by the superintendent. The superintendent can bring in the subject matter experts, but ultimately it's our vote to go forward on a bond. And I've seen that done, and I've seen it done very successfully and done in a way that has not been too distracting to the superintendent by bringing in experts, i.e. the architect, i.e. the demographer, and have them own it and have the board there to ask questions. So I don't think that necessarily has to be quote unquote a focus that takes up the superintendent's limited time. Safety.
That's enough for us.
Yep. Safety, we've got subject matter experts there that are doing the best and implementing the thing. I don't think they necessarily want my input on it. I'd rather have the police chief and MIYFS and superintendent doing that. I also think they are doing the best practices. I'm sure they're going to evolve it. I would hate to have us focus only on that or taking 1/3 with respect to the $16 million education budget we have of educating these kids through the 21st century. You've got those people to rely on. And I would rather have the superintendent and the staff take a look at those 7 fundamentals, choose to maybe do a level 0, level 1 review a couple of years on a couple, choose what your focus wants, what you'd like to focus it on. Sounds like professional development is one, and to expand that and tell us how that's going to improve education of our kids, and tell the community it's important if we're going to invest in this, why it's important. I'd rather have you tell us that than have us, quote, lead the discussion, have a facilitator, and have you hoping that. Because it's going to put you in an awkward spot with these 2-to-1s. If it's something you want, tell us. Just, I don't want to assume we're organically going to arrive there. And that's kind of been the concern I've had with the facilitator here. I'm not sure who she's working for. And I want it to be out in the open, the discussion, the conflict, because I think it's healthy to know where these ideas are originating from and coming from and who's pushing them. Because it's open and honest that way.
Which ideas specifically? Coherence, focus, that new, those kind of things we brought.
If the district administration and superintendent have some passions, have some interest, put it out there now. Don't assume we're going to get there by ourselves. Because it's not really, it's not respectful for us to assume we're going to get there. Tell us what you want.
Can I just respond to Brian? Brian, you mentioned a pot of gold. One thing I absolutely know after many, many years, there is no pot of gold. There is no, I hate to use this term, there is no silver bullet. That's why we get things like the fundamentals that are trying to cover everything. And that is pretty consistent throughout public education because the expectations of society are so high to do everything. And when something happens in the outside world, well, let's put that on the plate of public education because they've got this captive audience and they can deal with it. So whether it's a social emotional learning piece or a societal problem with mental health or a societal problem with pick the flavor of the day. Fred and I probably each have a list of the different things that we had to talk to people about. Consent was one that I know Fred had to have a couple of conversations on, saying, where and how are you teaching consent? So that the curriculum just keeps piling up and piling up. So there is no one pot of gold or silver bullet, but we do know that we do need to have a focus and priority set so that we're not scattered and trying to do horrible
analogy again, doing a shotgun approach and trying to see what sticks, if we can have a real priority and focus. I think the piece that I see as really important board work is to look at the mission and the vision and the values as they are now, and evaluate those to say yes or no, or yes but, or no and here's, we as a board see these as the really important mission and vision and values for our school district overall. The fundamental work should certainly involve all of us as a team. And the history says that's how it was done before as well, because that's more about the strategic plan and how that's managed.
The challenge though with the board is doing it, is we're gonna end up doing thumbs up, thumbs down on a lot of stuff. And it's gonna be very difficult for us to say thumbs down on things, because everything's important. So it's gonna be very difficult. And I'd rather have somebody who's a subject matter expert, 25 years of experience, say, you know what, I've observed your district, I've worked with your administration, and I think there are these 3 growth opportunities based on our observations, based on what we've heard from the public, based on what we've heard in conversation on the board. And
Well, frankly, what our data tells us as well.
Yeah.
Because there's many places where we're flat.
I'm actually hearing the same thing from both of you. Deb, you wanted to get a word in.
I was actually about to say the same thing. So, but I want to say it a little bit differently, I think, or at least the way that makes sense to me. I think that, I think it's worthwhile for us to look at the vision and mission and fundamentals. It's interesting. I think what's always bugged me about them is that 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all about what type of student are we trying to raise and why do we have 5 fundamentals that say this? Say the same thing. I mean, we want good kids, right? And that function well in the world. I don't think we need to use every word that triggers people just to be able to say that. But aside from that, I don't know how much that actually really matters. I don't want to judge our superintendent based on these 7 things, because I want to judge her based on the work that she's doing and the priorities that she chooses that we approve, and then the work that she does with them. This is the fundamentals that we have right now is someone else's work. It's not her work. And she very well might disagree with a lot of it, even though they're so broad, how can you disagree with anything? But what I want to judge on it is the work that's actually being done. So my proposal is that we take a look at these, the vision, mission, and fundamentals, decide if there's anything we want to change, and then the superintendent gives us an action plan with 3, 4, whatever number it is, of items that we're going to focus on in the next, whatever the timeline is appropriate, 1, 2, 3 years. And one of the action items might be a year, one of the action items might be 3 years, but that's what I want to know from our expert. What is it? And that's also how I want to evaluate her. I just say judge, attorney. Evaluate her is based on her work, not words that someone else put on paper. And they are the ones that know what's going to have an impact, or at least have a good idea. That's why we hired her. So let's let her do her job. If we want to go through the fundamentals, I mean, that's fine. I'm not going to, if we go through these, I don't know that I'm going to feel more ownership over them. Someone else wrote them. That's fine. That's good. There are communities fundamentals. But I want to be finding compliance based on an action plan that we approve that's presented to us by our expert.
Can I respond?
Yeah, you
I like that.
Does everyone up here just like
I like that. I think going to level 0, level 1 on the other fundamentals is a way to kind of have both. And then just having a higher monitoring level on the areas of focus. figure out whatever the focus areas you want are, and then look at the 7 bins and figure out where they fit best. Why I like this is it's you coming to us to show what you want to make the impact or your team. And we can disagree. We might not totally buy into it. Who knows? But we'll at least know where each other stand. And we're going to be predisposed to listen to you because you are the subject matter expert. And we will have that conflict. We will have creative solutions through that. It's much better than, I think, us being on our own, coming with something, and then you just looking at this train wreck. And you're going to be either going, oh, or you're going to be pulling one of us over and saying, why do you suggest this? And then you're going to have other people doing your battles for you. And I've seen that done, and that's no fun. Yeah. So
Okay.
if you could just be direct with us, and we'll be direct, and we'll be hopefully respectful, appreciative, and maybe come to us early so you haven't done 2 years worth of work, so we're saying, we don't like that.
And I think one of the avenues, as I've heard today, that we'll be able to use that, and maybe we can adjust it on the agenda as well, is utilizing the superintendent report. I know we have it embedded in the OE as communication to the board, but I think the superintendent report gives some latitude. So for a report on here's our professional development plan for 6 months, 1 year out, 2 years out. Here's our safety plan review. Here's what's come. Here's the work we've done in partnership with MISD and YFS. Here's the new things we're adding. And it becomes, yes, a presentation to the board, but allows you to ask questions as well. But it fits within that superintendent report as to kind of a status report of the work that we're engaged in. But we want to make it within the priorities that you as a governing board see as what's the significant work that needs to be done now and certainly out in the future as well. Does that make sense?
It does. I think the safety plan, are you in a way saying safety is going to be one of your 3 things? And it's going to be a
I
focus?
just was referencing back to an item from earlier
Oh.
this meeting when we talked about a safety plan review and that presentation to the board as to here's what we've done, here's what we're doing, here's how we're moving forward in adjusting our safety plan.
I think it's important to hear other people's voices.
Well, I think we also need to make a decision if we're gonna wrap up since we're over time. Or are we gonna extend this?
You know what, I'm happy going longer. I heard Brian mention that he felt rushed sometimes when it came to certain things. And so I don't want to rush people right now unless people have a hard deadline.
And Deborah has a time.
I can go to 3 if we need to go normal. So,
Easy for me to say because I just took my own little break. So you can go, you can leave at 3, come back at 3:30. We can make this 24 hours.
It would be next.
Yes, Brian?
Yeah, I can go longer, not fine. But I want to be respectful of our facilitators' time and our staff's time, because it's been a long day for all of you already.
I thought we were going until 4, so I'm like,
And yeah, I have a sense of time, so.
David and Tracy. I think it will be important to be clear on what it is, where we're going. I mean, clarifying the next step in terms of the directive to Donna and her staff on what we want from her, making sure everybody is super on the same page. Clarifying a next step for the board in terms of the vision, mission, values, and making sure we're in agreement on what's Donna's work and what's the board's work. join for that, and then I think that's the day. Are we, Brian?
I just have a question of, parliamentary question. As on the agenda, the type of meeting or the type of discussion under 4B was not specified. Are we able to make a decision or an actionable item in this, or are we really stuck with?
Can you give a directive to the superintendent without a formal decision, and can you decide on a process without a formal decision? I guess that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I don't,
I'm not sure how we, as a body of 5, give direction or guidance to the superintendent without some sort of a formal, actionable item, or even somewhat informal.
Could it be as simple as the superintendent saying to you, based on everything I've just heard, here's my next step, and here's what I'm gonna bring back to you by such and such a date?
or what we've done in the past is set up a committee of 2 and then we'll report back to the next meeting.
I think it's more the next step than, because it.
Right, but even then, there's some formality to a next step. But it's,
How do you
our
take action?
Our frustrating thing for me through this process is that it sits in this area of the agenda where, is it actionable, is it not actionable, can we really do something, can we not, how do we make sure that it falls on the agenda at the next meeting with some sort of an outcome, as opposed to the 10+ hours of work that we've done where we've not been able to come to a
So, and
something.
you are exemplary in your public process. There are other boards that will go into a formal board meeting at the end of a work session, and they will announce it, but, and take action on whatever they needed that they discussed. So there are different ways that different boards do it. You have extremely tight processes to make sure that everything is open and transparent. So, all right. I'm just gonna call like a 3-minute break. And when we come back, hear from Donna on maybe any other people that will weigh in, and then Donna will give us your interpretation of next steps for you, all right? Okay.
I move we take a 3-minute break.
Yes.
Is there a second to that?
Oh, we can just say,
Right,
we're
ready?
ready.
Okay. So I want to make sure that everybody at the board level has had an opportunity to weigh in on anything they want to have Donna think about before she suggests a next step.
I wanted to clarify, Brian, your comment about the environment. You were talking about the social and physical environment, or not so much the physical
Right.
environment, but then when Ralph was talking, you were talking about facilities, and I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I was talking about structure and environment. So structure being the actual facilities.
Oh, you did mention that.
And
Okay.
environment being the emotional environment and climate of students and families.
Did that
and
include
educators.
diversity as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I thought you said equity and environment. Okay.
That's fine. Other clarifications, input? David, I haven't heard from you in a while.
I've given you feedback. I'm good with us prioritizing some of the fundamentals. If it's important the board do it, I think we can do that. It's important if the superintendent wants to do that. I think we're happy to have the superintendent do that. And I think prioritizing would allow us to then focus more deeply our resources on activities that contribute to that. And I think we've had a lot of good ideas that have been shared, and so I'm happy to go in that direction.
So I think next steps, is definitely looking at a plan of action that in my mind has a timeline to it that extends certainly beyond just a year. So here's the steps, probably immediate, 3 months, 6 months, and then even beyond that. The action plan, I'm hearing a couple of different things. I think that the board in the action plan should be involved in the action plan, should include some work with the board, particularly in the review of the vision and the mission and the values statement as they're outlined in 2020, but also an action plan for the superintendent's role as to the fundamentals and looking at a prioritization, so to speak, of them, and a way to monitor them that allows for work to be more focused and deeper. So a plan that encompasses kind of those two pieces is what I see as my next step to then bring to the board in August as here's a plan of action, my period of action, as to how we could move forward with 2020. I think it takes two of the pieces that I've heard that were important that for the board, what do you want for your students? That's important because the board is ultimately responsible for setting the vision and the mission. And so refreshing of that component of 2020 needs to encompass the board work. And so how do we plan that out? And then how do the fundamentals from the superintendent's lens get prioritized and then focused? And then a timeline that builds that out in the immediate school year of 18-19 and beyond.
Just for clarity's sake, there's two things, can you say them in a sentence each?
So I put it in two categories, board and superintendent. The board category being the refreshing of reviewing even just discussion of looking at the vision, mission, and values and building a timeline for how that work occurs. Second category is for superintendent, is along with that work, because I see myself as part of the governance team and working with the board in that work, is the fundamentals, looking at the fundamentals for prioritization. So there's focus and coming forward with a plan to say, here's how the fundamentals as they currently are could be prioritized over the short and the long term, and what would be the focus and the emphasis within those fundamentals. Two components.
Add or maybe clarify what, whatever this, call it whatever you want. Keeping in mind its fundamentals are end states primarily, I think what you mean is a priority on areas of focus in order to reach the fundamentals. Some of the things that we've talked about are a strong focus on social and emotional safety, diversity. We've talked about professional development, really bringing that capacity of your staff up to speed. Those are both content and a process. All of those address fundamentals, 3 to 7, sorry. So it's almost like your theory of action is really about, these are the things that 2 or 3 or 4 things that we need to really hone in on and organize organize ourselves around in order to reach our mission, which get measured by some of these fundamentals. I don't think you're cutting any of the fundamentals out as you're talking about it. You're talking, because professional development or instructional coaching is a strategy to reach the fundamentals.
It's
Right?
how to have the fundamentals impact the classroom, how to drive them into the classroom. But certainly a focus on a prioritization, looking at the concern of trying to do everything and not doing anything well. So how do we prioritize over time, which means you can't give up some things, but it might be that there's a lesser emphasis and then out in the future that cycles back.
And I wouldn't worry too much on prioritizing these fundamentals. I mean, first of all, they might change. And second of all, I mean, my intention, and people might have others, is more concrete. I mean, you guys are saying you want a smaller list to make more student impact. So what things are you going to do specifically to make that student impact? And then, obviously, the student impact needs to fall within the fundamentals. But what is it that you're going to do in your daily work that's going to impact our students?
And I agree with that. 3 or 4 action items that you most care about, that you think our district most needs, and our kids most need. And that comes first, I think. And those are suggestions. And then we probably have a discussion about if we value that, and hopefully we value it. And then the next question is looking at the monitoring of those 7 and scaling those back based on how those 3 or 4 target areas hit each one of those things.
Because it might be that we, depending on what they are, we might be able to monitor the fundamentals in a really different way. That we say it's professional development, we're monitoring 1, 2, frankly, all of them. And I'm not saying that we need the report in the way that it's done, but from a lens of professional development, is what we're doing in line with their fundamentals? And if so, which ones are we addressing? I mean, everything addresses everything. So if so, like, is what
Well,
we're
in
doing.
professional development, right, that's a huge
Right.
concept, and
Right.
so what are we developing?
Right.
One area we might be developing is our teachers' ability to respond to students with specific, needs in the classroom, whether or not that's related to 504 accommodation, whether or not that's related to a greater sense of equity and embracing diversity. I mean, that's where we can go with it, so that makes, what you're saying is making sense to me.
And I think the order too is we need to hear what the big 3 or 4 ideas are before we decide to downgrade the monitoring on other things. Because we're going to need to have some sort of incentive to downgrade the monitoring on the fundamentals. Because we're giving something up. We're giving something up that we're going to emphasize in the district. So we need to kind of go, wow, that makes sense. Yes, I want to see that happen in this district. Yes, it makes sense to downgrade some of those to a lower level monitor.
I think it's just monitoring in a different way. So, I mean, I'm not assuming we're not gonna be getting all this, frankly, all the same information we are. I think it's just gonna be focused in a different.
And I'd be careful using any sort of
Downgrade.
downing
Yeah.
terminology, more like focus or prioritizing. I think is helpful with keeping the other ones. I mean, maybe not monitoring. I mean, it's just
But
being
it's-
careful with our language.
We have to be careful, but essentially that's what we're doing though. If we're going to emphasize something, something is essentially getting downgraded. So agree, we need to be careful in language, but we also need to be frank about it too.
I mean, we can talk for hours about this. I don't know that that's what we're gonna get, because 1 and 2 are directly related to quality of teaching. We know that quality of teaching impacts our students the most, and we know that teachers improve their quality if they're with good training. So I don't know. I'm confident that we're gonna be able to hit what we need to hit.
Well, we're talking about adjusting the monitoring.
Yep.
It doesn't mean
Yeah.
that action in the classroom is being downgraded. That's what I
Right.
really want to be careful. And other people we're still getting a great education. We're just, as a board and as a staff, what we're focusing on monitoring mind shift.
And bringing something back, you mentioned it, Donna, a while back, was the 60-second elevator pitch. You probably do that with 3 or 4 targeted things, but that's an elevator pitch of the areas of focus or areas of improvement. It might not be applicable when you meet someone on the street, when they say, what's Bridgewater School District about? To say that, because that 60-second elevator pitch is about what currently the focus is on, in terms of the area of growth. It's not necessarily everything.
Right.
But you could also say, we're a great school, but these are the 3 things we're focused on. That'll make us even greater.
So I am interpreting, so first of all, this is the superintendent's interpretation we're talking about. And what I think I'm hearing from Ralph particularly is that you want justification for her choices.
It's not justification, it's just.
I think we should have a discussion about it.
A presentation of these choices. And if somebody's presenting choices, then I would think normally you would back it up with why, and what the long-term impact is gonna be, and what are the intermediate steps to get there. That would then provide the board justification to change the monitoring levels maybe. But we're not asking the superintendent to justify it, we're just telling us so.
I'm not challenging that.
Yeah.
I think that is a really sound, I'm giving an opinion here, I think it's really sound that everybody on this board can understand the why behind the choices that are made, and the only way you're gonna get that is if she gives you the rationale. So I think that's smart. What I also would suggest that you do is, as a body, including Donna, agree on evidence of progress. When you are talking about, for example, having a major strategy of professional development or instructional coaching, and your theory of action says, if we have instructional coaches for teaching, then student learning will improve, or teaching quality will improve, or the fundamentals will be, whatever that is. You've skipped over a lot of steps. And then you don't have your interim benchmarks that show that we expect that after 6 months of instructional coaching, we will see these things taking place. And then in another year, we will see these things taking place. Those are really important benchmarks to be clear about, so that you know what you're holding her accountable for. Because you can't skip all the way to test data when you're applying a strategy like that. So that's just a
I'd say in general, we're a pretty trusting crowd. Pretty trusting crowd on those parameters. I mean, we just started the Spanish language program. We essentially have no metrics on that right now. The only metric that has been thrown out was looking at AP test scores of the seniors 8 years from now. So, so we're pretty trusting, I think, in general. And so I think it would be great if you could throw us some suggested benchmarks, but I want to, some of this stuff, it's tough to make changes. Especially quantitative changes in education in 6 months. I don't know how you measure that.
The 6-month mark, if you're using example of instructional coaches as the program, the progress in 6 months is going to be, could even be negative, I'll be honest, right? Because there's a whole climate and culture that needs to be investigated and explored and worked through.
It might actually be program milestones as opposed to student outcomes that you might be presenting in the first.
So the important thing here isn't necessarily that it convinces you that the progress is happening, but it's making sure that a system is in place for reflecting on the strategy, and that your staff, your superintendent and your staff, have thought through what they think is gonna happen as a result of the resources that you are allocating. So this is your leverage point, we talked about that. But what you wanna make sure is that that cyclical reflection and checkmark is happening. The best way to do that is if you actually have a sense of what those are. And so that it's not, again, it's not this 8 years later, I get that. But this may not be quantitative data. It may be, we expect that there'll be a shift in the culture. We expect that there's gonna be some resistance going on when we start doing this. Okay, let's see if that's happening, because if there's no resistance, then you're probably not doing anything.
Well, the beginning can even be, I mean, is it happening? I mean, have the instructional coach has been hired? Is there, professional development schedule in place?
Exactly.
That's.
So in the model that I like, there's resources allocated, there's activities, and those are your inputs. Your outputs are, did it happen? And then you move to your outcomes that are benchmarked. Your 6 month outcomes, your 1 year, your 3 year, and then wherever your impact is. And you have to just kind of predict where those are. But often we measure impact before we even measure if it took place. Or we just measure that it took place without going on, did it make a difference? That staff work is to predict what those benchmarks are and how will we be convinced that our strategy was right. And then to check in, because most strategic plans don't deliver anything because they never get looked at until 5 years later. All right. So that's the superintendent's proposal to you for next level of work. Board mission, vision, values. What are you going to do next?
I thought we'd hear the input from the 3 or 4 great ideas and focus, and then based on that, does that kind of change our mission?
No, backwards. Your vision and values and vision determine your strategy, not your strategy the other way around.
Understood, but I'd rather have the subject matter expert, making the suggested changes right now.
I think we need to come into our next meeting, each of us with our, really take a look at the fundamentals. And every time I look at them, I learn something new about them. So really have a good, spend some time doing that. And then if there's areas of suggestions, just everyone's initial thoughts. Obviously, there's a lot more discussion to go, but at least then we put thought into it. We're gonna hear the action items and then see how that impacts our positions on the fundamentals.
I think this was separate from the fundamentals though, because there's that other part of 2020 that has the vision and the mission and the values. And again, they're very aspirational sentiments, but in my work with previous boards and particularly governing boards, that prioritization, even if it is to say, yep, this is exactly who we are and this is where we're going to continue, that's important work at the board level.
I think what I understood is that the first step you wanted to take as a board was to really look at those driving things that drive the fundamentals. It doesn't preclude you from looking at the fundamentals, but I thought that was the first part of your work. So,
The mission and the vision.
Yeah.
and that's right.
That's what I think.
What are other things?
So moving into the more private sector, when you set down a corporate charter and you file that with the IRS, and you establish your mission in that filing form for your corporation, typically, and depending on whether you're a 501c3 or C4 or whatever that is, you only have one or maybe two chances to change that mission in your corporate charter before you just have to start again from scratch. You're only allowed so many times that you can change that. And so approaching this in public work, where we don't have those same constraints here, but in honoring the work that has happened to build this vision statement, mission statement, and values, I think it's absolutely worth it to look at the vision and the mission. I think we should treat, personally, the mission very carefully. This is the mission that was established by the stakeholders, the teams, and everyone who came together to come up with that mission statement. This is what we do as a district. I think if we're going to change that, then it has to have a lot of intention and a lot of reasoning behind it to change that mission. Whereas the values, I think we can address values. I think that's a little bit easier conversation to have, to look at the list of values, and is this still what we're seeing as valuable within our community? Is this what we're hearing from our stakeholders? And then once we look at those values, applying that up into the mission and saying, so does this mission still serve? Is this still our guiding thing? Or do we leave that with the vision? Do we start with the 2020 vision and say, do we hold that at the top and say, we don't want to adjust that until we've found the reasoning why?
I think we need to have that conversation in the actual meeting. I think those are all great points, but I want to not have the discussion right now. I think we'd be, especially in the interest of time, and giving people time to think, to schedule either tacking it on to one of our existing August meetings. When do you go out of town, David?
19th.
The 19th, okay. So we have a meeting on the 9th, regular meeting, and one on the 23rd.
Yes, I have one on that.
And we have the 14th special meeting, which is actually with the Riverview School Board about student representatives. That one's scheduled for an hour and a half in Duval at their site, but we could, that maybe, I want to hear what people think if we want to add a session that day here, or if we can get to City Hall, or if we just add it on to our August 9th meeting.
You throw a wrench into the process.
Okay.
We're gonna have these new student reps,
They're not
They
coming until
won't come until
September.
right? And I'm just saying, before we start this process, should we wait to have the students on board?
I think they'll,
It's a student
This
voice.
is a very high level discussion.
yeah. I think that I'd rather meet and talk about it in August, and that could be part of the discussion, is to what extent, because they're not gonna be at all our meetings the whole time, too, so that could be and it's a great point to bring up. We can talk about, is this something we wanna talk about in front of the students, and yes, maybe we do.
Fair enough, let's meet in August.
Okay, so,
What time is our meeting the 14th?
the 14th is 5 to
o'clock.
6:30.
But it's in Duval.
Yeah. And looking at our August 9th tentative plan, it's not very heavy. But we may have, exempt
We
or
may have
executive
an
session.
exec session
Executive session around that
in
time,
early
too.
August as well.
Mhm.
That would be,
Donna, when are you gonna bring your plan back, August?
it will be August,
So at one of these meetings, it would be at a meeting, or?
yes, it would be, again, part of the superintendent report, or under the operational expectations communications board, one of those avenues. Not completely fleshed out in my mind yet, as format, but
So in terms of, okay, thank you. So in terms of the amount of time you might want to set aside for this first conversation about where we're going with our mission values, an hour?
So I think whatever we start with, we should multiply by a factor of.
Yeah, that's what
Like, when you guys were laughing at me earlier about a 4-hour meeting, I'm like, well,
Yeah, you take.
I was totally anticipating today going over. I think, I'd rather schedule it for longer, and then if we finish early, great. But having, we're 5 minutes over time and deciding to extend it, I think is less convenient for people. So, I don't know, 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours, I think,
Yeah.
minimum.
So that probably
for future
suggests a separate
discussion.
meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could, yeah. Or we can, yeah, maybe it's, I'm fine with any of those options.
Do it before the Duval meeting and then call them together to Duval.
So I don't know how decisions, like when you, how that works, but,
Sometimes we'll bring it up at this and then we do we secure a location and send emails and get
Have
confirmation.
your poll as to best time and place.
so I'm hearing.
Are there any other vacations and before David leaves, like in August, before August 19th, that we need to work on? Do you know? Okay. And I'll be gone August, the day after our 23rd meeting, August 24th, for 10 days.
That sounds like a good plan.
Okay, thank you.
So something prior to the 19th. And potentially we might do an exempt session and then
Attach to it.
attach a study session after exempt or.
So it's the whole day thing.
The
14th, is it Tuesday?
So the only date that doesn't particularly work for me is the 11th.
And the homework that you have is to look at what's already here. Is there anything else that you think we should all do prior to that in readiness for this conversation?
I think, thinking about some of the other items where anyone felt that there was some disagreement about who should be in the process, how deep we should go, having, thinking about what other people said, what we think, and being ready to discuss that further in the process.
One of the things we might do, and if you are in the mood, is just jump onto some other districts' websites and look at how their mission, vision, value, strategies line up, and just what are you noticing about them, just so that you're getting a little bit of perspective outside of your own, doesn't mean it's right for you, but look more at the structure, and the kind of things that they talk about, not the what, but the characteristics of what is how are they seeing vision versus mission. When I work with these processes, I always start with mission, and I always start with we exist in order to, and then the vision comes from that. This is what it would look like when we reach our mission. This is more of a statement about where we are when we get somewhere. Visions are never really intended to be reached. They're that northeast star.
Is there a correlation, do you think, when you look at the students' vision, mission, values in terms of how they actually do versus how they perform? Just curious. So I think sometimes vision, mission, companies can't take things very, you spend a lot of time on it and then everybody forgets it sometimes.
And I think that's what makes the impact and the difference is if it's not forgettable. If you really do have something that everyone does embrace and does know that that's the core of the work we do, I think that makes a real difference into gauging the successfulness of that.
But I'm not sure if that can be measured on a website. Like, if I went to City of Seattle School District.
If you went to what?
City of Seattle School District, if I, I kind of have my impression of how they are, and I'm not sure if I would actually, I'm not sure if it's encapsulated in there,
So
those three things.
you asked specifically, where does it make a difference?
Yeah.
And the only places that I know where there's research on where it makes a difference is if everybody knows it. And everybody owns it. Quantum science, right, would say you have to have a relationship with something for it to exist. So this is why the idea of community engagement and kind of the dead zone that we talked about, Vision 2020 is now, it's all great. Nothing wrong with it. Nobody owns it.
It's just a mouthful.
Huh?
It's just a mouthful right now.
Well, that too.
Well, and circling back, I think, Fred, you were the one that mentioned this earlier with posters. Instructional practice, how it was produced and it kind of came out and went up on the walls, and yet there was an element that was missed of that section of staff, just missed the professional development of it. So that it's on the wall and everybody's looking at it, it's there, but what is that? So
It's not impacting the work.
it's not impacting the work, but like that final piece of ingraining that into the culture never happened, is what I heard. And I can say that coming from my previous board, that there were specific mission statements and things that I memorized because I went in and I did the research and I found the history, and I had that expectation for myself, which I tend to do with organizations I align myself with. So I know it. I know the mission statement. I know the 60-second speech. That was my own personal set. So maybe part of this is aligning with that professional development of, whatever we decide to do with mission, vision, fundamentals, maybe we decide, no, actually this really kind of covers the bases. Maybe what we need to do is do a better job of rolling this out and ingraining it into our systems so that it is something that's off the top of people's head. Of creating the opportunity for people to learn it in a deeper fashion where it makes sense to them, and then it does become impactful.
I'm gonna go one step further and say, yes, and,
My favorite.
those priorities that get decided on and how that gets filtered through the system so that teachers know what they're working on, they know what's important, and that's consistent, and they don't get thrown into 20 different directions because tomorrow we're going to do this, or there's a PD next week on something that has nothing to do with 3 priorities, and that's where people get scattered. That's where your strategy goes off the rails, and to the extent that you can stay focused. So yes, aligned with your mission and vision, but really, it's those things that teachers need to be really clear on what's important, what are we all working on together, what do we stand for in this district. That's going to be huge. Okay, it's 4 minutes to 3. Any last words for? You guys have been here longer than I have. You're going to get a date on the calendar in August. And you'll come with your recommendation and your plan in August, and you're rocking, good.
I have a question. Who's taking notes? Who's responsible for notes today?
I've got Aaron has
Notes. Okay. Who is?
Everybody's pointing at
Erin?
somebody.
Okay.
Everybody except Erin, me, except for the recent time zones,
Okay.
but she's got the video.
That would be nice to capture exactly what the take home on is.
We will do that in advance of August. Give us a couple weeks in July, and we'll come up with a